Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the ACS Edu Tour in-season cup and its playoffs day here as we got our top fours ready to take on each other to be crowned as the grand champions. Of course, all of this is brought to you by our dear partners that made it all possible. And with that, we'd like to thank our official instant noodle partners, Maggi Hot Cup, our official smartphone partners, ZTE Nubia. Of course, we do also have the delicious malt drinks coming in from Vico, and you guys can also look for your game recharge from 1-1. And of course, we gotta also thank our dear official telco partners, Tune Talk, and of course, our organizers, Crit Malaysia, for making all of this happen. You're here with me, Contra, alongside with Sir Cloud as your casters for the entire course of the evening. Cloud, we've got our very best four teams now fighting for a chance to be crowned champions, and the contract is on the line. Designed with Crit Esports.
That contract will be waiting for the team that wins the entire ACS. So the in-season cup is still the part where all these teams from different states, they get a feel of each other. Now, looking at the teams that have qualified into the playoff bracket, for our first semi-finals, it will be Pulau Pinang versus Pahang. Our second semi-finals will be Wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur versus Selangor, just neighboring states, by the way. And all these teams will be playing in the semi-finals in a best of 3 format. In the grand finals will be a best of 5 format. And today will be very much more interesting because the global ban pick will be activated.
That's right, and we finally get to see maybe more variations of picks going into the drafts. But of course, to kick things off, we'll start off with our first set of the semifinals between Pulau Pinang versus Pahang, and then followed by our Klang Valley Warfare WPKL versus Selangor. And of course, those who win their duels in the semifinals will lock in their spot in the grand finals.
Oh yeah, so only one will claim the crown to be the best in-season cup team. Who will it be, ladies and gentlemen? Put it in the comment section. Show your support for your favorite team. You could be from that state, so that might bring out a little bit of this state pride, so to speak. But from the games that we saw yesterday, we get to see Pulau Pinang, we get to see Pahang, Wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur, and also Selangor. So happened, all 4 of these teams were on our broadcast yesterday. So we got a bit of a taste of what they are capable of doing on the Gorge. But who knows what might change today?
True enough, and overall, I think that they definitely have very different ideologies on how they actually work out their game plan. Pulau Pinang is looking to really strike pretty much on a very flexible draft, with them going on a very fast-paced action. Meanwhile, Pahang is the kind of slow and steady team to accumulate leads as well. And then we do have WPKL, who are also looking like hot favorites. Going up against Selangor, I definitely think that a lot of pride is at stake.
Yep, and the thing that is at stake as well is the prize pool, a total of 10,000 ringgit on the line. The first place champion will bring home 5,000 ringgit. Second place will take home 3,000 ringgit. Third place, 1,500 ringgit. And fourth place is 500 ringgit. Now, because we have prizes up to the fourth place, basically every team that has reached this stage, they have already won part of the prize pool. Now, it just depends on what sort of amount will they get by the end of the day.
That's right, and overall, everyone's a winner, and the biggest question right now is who's not going to only take home that championship prize pool, but also that 1-year-long contract is absolutely what everybody is fighting for. So that being said, Pulau Pinang will now take on Pahang, and I think like out of the games that we've managed to witness, Pulau Pinang so far have definitely been able to close out games within less than 7 minutes, and Pahang have definitely showed that there is going to be a little bit of tug of war that they can actually offer up against Pulau Pinang. I'm just ready to see what's going to happen here in our first draft of the day.
Yeah, I remember the first game that Pulau Pinang played yesterday, the opener game. They won 19-0. So that's quite a testament to them walking in here into the semifinals. Coming into the draft though, lots of power picks being locked out. So we have the Young Jet out, the Dharma is out, even the Mai and the Jing is out as well. But of course that will leave some of the heroes open, and the pay will be picked up by Pulau Pinang. Now for Pahang, the Arli is still open. If they want to throw their opponents off, they can also pick up the Dolia together, but they choose to go for the Princess Frost instead.
Yeah, we've seen that they've liked to actually go for this control kind of setup, and more often than not, you would see Adams Strong to be the one piling that hero. And to answer back into the pay that's been picked up. They're also looking for something that has a little bit more sustain. And they did consider that Menki, but hovered over onto the Fateh. I do like that kind of change because they now doubled their Penang to pick up that Arlie.
Okay, and they'll say thank you very much for the Arlie. Yep, there you go. They're going to lock it in Arlie with the Frenzy. That is a normal combination for the Arlie, and they're going to lock in the Nuwa as well. They will give them a lot of control in the middle. And let's not forget about the Annihilation. The ult for the Nuwa is able to reach all the way to the back line. So heroes like the Princess Frost that normally stays all the way behind will need to be extra careful in case the Princess Frost is at maybe like 10%, 20% left of health. Gotta be careful of that snipe from the Noah.
That's right. And on top of that, I also do like the kind of change of ideation as well. Da Chao being brought to play, you can actually go for a longer kind of extension of a fight. And especially if you want to TP one of the members back into the base, that could be the Fateh that can just outlast everybody in the duel. So perhaps this is just a double down on what they will be doing there for the clash later towards the mid to late game. Now, moving into the second phase, they immediately look for that Dia ban, so that is going to be less disruptive. But since that the rest of Pahang have not secured their marksmen, they can also invest in taking out a couple of marksmen from the list, and they start off with Fuzi.
Okay, so Fuzi, because they don't want to have the combination of Fuzi Tachao. Although there have been a bit of a rework ever since last year when we saw the Fuzi Tachao combo that was very, very OP, but still, they probably don't want to deal with the potential split push by the Fuzi, which I think is absolutely fine. And another power pick being taken off the list here by Pahang is going to be the Zhangfei. And the Dia is not really a power pick, but it's always a good pick to be comboed together with the Arlie, so they don't want to deal with that. Now, that means that if we talk about a bruiser type of support that is still available, the Lianpo is still available for the picking, and Penang, they might be thinking of that.
Yeah, I think that could be a very high potential that they would look for something that is extremely beefy, and Lampo should be the right call to also come into this equation. Now, what's really interesting to note is that there is actually a hover onto what deemed to be another jungler, double jungle. I don't think that's going to be the case. So, yep, I'm going to switch it up to either the Guan Yu to be just another solid pick. They do actually consider if they want to go for something like a secure that could still give them plenty of crowd control. So this is just ample of options available. XY just looking to at least secure something in return, but it's gonna be the Archer, or sorry, it's actually the Byron that actually gets locked in to try to deal with the Yang Jin. Well, I got so confused with the name Yang because yesterday it was for Yang Jin, and this time around he's gonna be on the Alpha team.
Yeah, so no Young Gen for Young, at least for round number 1, because we are playing a best of 3 series, so there's a chance that the Young Gen will make a showing after this. But the last pick here, Darren J for Pahang will be picked up, so it's going to be interesting. I thought that it'd be kind of nice to have a Chano onto Pahang just because you have a support Moser. At least with the Spirit Wolf, is able to block off the Cannon Blast. But I think it's all good as well because the Darren J is also a pretty self-sustainable sort of hero. So maybe they are thinking to themselves that, hey, you know what? We want to have a little bit of free space to roam. So it's better to pick a hero that can be self-sustainable, can escape when needed. So the Darren J is a decent pick.
Yeah, and on top of that, it does have a little bit more of that suppressive hold on that lane in the early couple of stages. But the big question remains is that can this pick of DRJ actually survive like multiple cannon blasts? Because now this target isn't exactly as mobile as compared to what you mentioned, the Chano. So it's going to be a little bit of that hustle over onto the bottom lane in specific. But overall, I think that they have some really strong drafts going on. So let's get right into the Gorge as we kick off our first round of the playoffs, Penang versus Pahang.
Yeah, I do think both sides have their own drafts here pretty locked in. And we can see an aggressive gameplay here by Penang. at the very beginning, they managed to suppress Adam Strong. Now Adam Strong, with only 10% of health, he has to play this very, very carefully. For him to be engaged in a fight is not going to be possible for now, and that will allow Penang to continue to be really aggressive in the middle when you don't need to worry about a burst damage sort of hero. But first blood to Penang very early on, within the first minute.
Yeah, pretty surprising to me. I mean, they were just having so much pressure over onto the Crimson Buff, and I believe they managed to steal it all away from Pahang.
The Mankey down. That's going to be the second kill for Penang, just like that. Below 2 minutes, they could potentially get a third one, but Young is protected by his teammate, and they were disengaged for now. But wait a second, Adam Storm could be in trouble. But then again, we're talking about a 2v1 here in the middle. I don't think Feng at this point has enough burst damage to finish him off.
But there might just be another one with the burst damage because Chloe has been lurking around and he survived with a tick of health left. Wow, that was a sneaky move from Penang.
Dude, this is super aggressive. We're talking about 3 kills below 2 minutes. That's, well, if we do the math, that's more than 1 a minute. I mean, that's insane right now for Penang. Having a really, really good start is good news for them, obviously, especially with the fact that they have a pay. If he gets a good start, this hero can snowball hard.
Yeah, and on top of that, just to math it correctly as well, 30 seconds per kill is the rate that we're going at right now. And Chloe, so far, he's been amplified. You saw he went in to steal that Crimson, and now they're yanking another one off the list.
Oh, forced to use the Dream Roam to escape. So no Dream Roam for now. That means no engaged potential by Pahang. But Penang, they're not letting him go. They know that he does not have the Dream Roam. He's dependent on the tower to protect himself. And right now they will disengage. But still, they're going for the buff.
Yeah, they're just overwhelmed him. Oh my goodness, what a shot. And it continues. And another cannon blast to take down FT.
Ooh, wow, Annihilation all the way from downtown, all the way from the farm lane to secure that kill. And what can Overlook do right now? He's pretty low on health. He's not tanky enough yet. There's nothing much he can do. It's best that he recalls and reset.
Yeah, he just lost so much of his wealth gain in that essence by just not getting any form of access into his red side of the jungle. And right now, this Pei is going to be an absolute monster heading into the mid game. On top of how well Feng actually protects all these quarters where it is just inaccessible for the rest of Pahang, but they're looking to trade back right now. They did match the spot out Feng, but he's still looking around. He's trying to bait them with those low HP.
Okay. I see a potential bait down south. Okay, here we go. Bit of a sneaky play there by Feng to hopefully steal away that the minion jungle with a cannon blast. But even if it doesn't, at least it puts pressure back on Pahang. And look at this, 4 players of Pahang stacked down at the bottom, only to secure the buff. Still, Penang, because of their 6 eliminations very early on, they're way ahead in terms of gold. At the top, Young, 1v2. Then again, the 2 players that were sent to the top by Penang, they don't have enough CC to lock him down.
Yeah, on top of that, it's just pretty tough for them to also look for an alternative to even contest here in the Tyrant pit. They did start with the Tyrant, but they're not going to overcommit. They just want to ensure that Penang does not get their hands on it all too easily. Chloe did get brought down though, so he's going to be the main target.
Oh, Chloe is in trouble right now, and Pahang trades it back with 1. They're looking for the next one, but then again, they're not in a position that they can tank further damage. So they have to reset right now, but while all that is happening, XY with a solo kill at the farm lane onto Chaos. But speaking about Chaos, the Chaos is still happening in the middle. Cannon blast onto Overlock, and Overlock will be sent back.
All these cannon blasts were so crucial to go in for those big setups. You saw Glow waste no time. He just flashed forward and hammers them down. And right now, they're just snowballing this lead out of control. And they are forced to also concede that first tower down bottom side as it gets claimed by the Arlie, but the fight breaks loose.
Oh no, think inside the box made him think twice of engaging with Penang alone. Taken out immediately. And now, Overlook, as much as he wanted to take his buff, fortunately he can't again. Penang stealing away the buff. This is like what, the 3rd or 4th time the buff has been taken away? don't think Pahang managed to secure any red buff at all.
Not at all. And just like that, they also lost a vast portion of the top side of the map. Now that they do claim another turret for free, this Fateh will be put in such a pressure point that there's just nowhere to farm. And now he's looking to lock down Klo.
Whoa, ho, ho! Here comes the cavalry. As Gorge will need to back off as well. They don't have the manpower at the top. There's a rotation by Feng, but the moment he arrives, the fight has been dispersed. Burn! A little bit of an overextension there. His teammates backed off, but he did not.
Yeah, he definitely was a little overzealous by making those kind of play, and finally they got caught off. So perhaps what Pahang needs to do is to look for such a pickup, but once again, XY, he's forcing Overlock away, and he's just shredding him down.
Oh, that was close. But now XY, he might pay the price for it, but he is an Arlie. Arlie is very mobile, and now you go back in again with a rampage. But check out the back line, we have Young showing up all the way to the back. Takes out Dino immediately. At least a 1-for-1 trade. But the fight's not over yet. Now Young is the one that's in trouble. One more hit is all it takes for them to take down Young.
They're looking to fight fire with fire, but Pahang doesn't seem like they've been able to ignite the fuse right now. They also do lose the Azure Golem, and now they're just shredding down this Mankey Dream Roam to escape.
Ooh, lucky for the Mankey. Played by Overlock. That the passive attack with the lightning did not connect enough to take him down. He's still alright for now, but then again, it's just a testament. It's just showing that he's not tanky enough still to hold it for the team. Look at this, his health goes down to 50% immediately the moment he shows up.
Yeah, right now there's not much that he could actually do. He's just hoping to soak some of all the damage in the hopes that the rest of his teammates can actually follow up before he falters. Because right now, ideally you just don't want to deal with the Arlie at all because she's just so stacked up. She's not even activated that frenzy in that past battle where you saw a 1v1 break loose over on the Azure, and yet Overlock had to concede. He just got no place to even farm up for those items. So I want to quickly look at the items real quick as well, because right now it's already ballooning into almost 10,000 gold lead as the rest of Penang, they're just comfortably stacking it up.
Oh, absolutely right. Especially with the Venomous Staff already completed by Dito. That will stop the healing potential by Lei to his teammates. So when it comes to team fights, they have a big advantage. For Pahang, they're still way behind. I mean, if we were to look at both Adam Strong and Lei, both of them only managed to complete like 2 items. So that's not going to be enough yet to fight against Penang. They still need to farm.
Yeah, they definitely have to buy as much time as possible, but with the Vanguards pretty much online, you're just going to be seeing constant waves being shoved. Maybe it's a good news that you just have to just clear the wave just to soak in all that gold as well as EXP, but I don't think there's going to be a point where they're strong enough to actually contest the next Tyrant up in the next half minute or so. Speaking of item-wise, we're already looking at about 3 items to be completed by the side of Penang, and now they're forcing something up mid.
Okay, a bit of a attempt in the middle, but at the same time, they can push at the top as well.
Woo!
Annihilation all the way to the back. That's something that we talked about. The Princess Frost has to be extra careful thanks to the Annihilation, and now they will go all the way in to take down Chaos. Now the crystal is way wide open, just waiting for the next batch of minions to arrive. While that Penang, they continue to suppress Pahang.
You can see that all these long-range pressure and poke damage was just about enough to just lower down their health box. Dido on that Annihilation was pixel perfect alongside with all the setups coming in from the side of Feng. This Mosey pick coming from Feng is just absolutely genius. That I think that if you were ever to fight against Penang ever in the grand finals, you gotta ban it out. Good news is that this is already gold ban pick, so Pahang don't really have to worry about it for the next game. But right now, of course, they got to worry about even more of that power spike, because that Tyrant definitely will go in the hands of Penang. But will Pahang actually contest for the next objective though? Because Shadow Overlord might just spell doom for them.
Yeah, I don't know if they can contest, but again, if they don't and if they stay passive within their own side, then they will lose out as well. So they must find a way to be able to come out and maybe find a pickoff. Find a pickoff and then make it a 5v4 fight, and maybe Pahang can win it.
Perhaps so. Right now, even without the Overlord, it's already added pressure as they crash right into the crystal.
Oh, look at this annihilation all the way from the back. Immediately cuts down majority of the player's health to 50%. Pahang is finding it difficult right now. Overlord tries to tank it. He's down to 50% of health as well. Gotta be careful of the potential next annihilation that will be up anytime soon. XY, he managed to purchase the Sun Chaser. This will give him a lot more range when coming in with a basic attack.
Okay, basic attacks. Oh, just look at that. 3 auto attacks and Overlock is already 50%. And they're going for the dive.
Oh, there you go. Annihilation follow up by Claw all the way to the back line. And now the crystal is wide open. And Penang will take home game number 1.
That was so explosive coming from Penang, despite all the effort coming from Pahang to even hold down the line. But it was just too overwhelming on what they've been able to acquire all the way in their own territory of the jungle, where there was just no Crimson Golems available at all for that Maggi. And by the time that it hits 9 minutes, this pay is already at level 15. And it was just unstoppable throughout the fight.
Yeah, and although people may argue that, you know what, the Menki doesn't really need the Crimson Golem, he's still okay, he's more of a tank. But then again, it's not about the Menki getting the Crimson Golem, it's about the Pei getting the Crimson Golem. And the Pei being a fighter type sort of jungler, you give away those kind of buffs, it just makes Pei able to snowball all the way, as what we can see here. Now, looking over at some of the stats, the Pei itself played by Claw, 5-1-4. To me, solid gameplay from Claw itself from the very get-go to the end.
And I'm surprised that we only see Feng getting punished once. And for most part, every other member did get punished once as well, except for Go. That was not exactly the core focus coming from the side of Pahang. And just like that, they do manage to create so much safety net for XY to once again dish out maximum potential damage. So much so that he ends up with 7 total takedowns throughout the rest of the skirmish. Of course, we talked a little bit about that D&J pickup, which might just be a little bit risky because of the existence of that Moses. So that's it. Penang, that was quite the masterclass performance that they put out.
Yeah, and what I like about Penang's performance as well is that they played as a team. So there were a few times where the Annihilation was used as not as a finisher, but as a starter. After the Annihilation was used, Claw just jumped in onto the backline and made the finisher move. But let's see who will be the MVP this round. Will it be Claw? Will it be Dido with the Annihilation? Or maybe XY with the double S here based on the stats? So the MVP might be between these players, something that I really, really want to see. But we'll leave that to our officials to decide who will be the MVP.
That's right. And overall, yesterday's run, we've seen XY secure an MVP title. And here he is again, once more, taking the MVP title again.
Yep, and he's the early player, if I remember correctly. And as an early player, he managed to scale until like you even buy a Sun Chaser so that you have that range with the basic attack. You're able to move forward and chase down heroes. Oh, and there was that one time where he got a solo kill against the D&J at the bottom when all his teammates were elsewhere doing something else. So XY just shows that why he's so valuable to the team, not because of this MVP title, but because he is able to hold the lane by himself.
Yeah, on top of that, there was a very good instance of XY just 1v1 doing that Menki, and even despite the odds of a Fateh chasing him altogether, he's been able to duke it all out, of course, until his teammates arrive. And so far, I think out of the many teams out there, Penang probably has one of the best marksmen here in the ACS Edu Tour.
Yeah, he's definitely showing his value, right, in every game. But now they will be challenged with the global ban pick system. So whatever heroes that they have brought onto the Gorge before this, they have to forget about it. They have to think about new heroes, a new draft, what they're going to put out, and so on and so forth. There were a few heroes that are currently in the meta that were banned out. So we might see them onto the Gorge. For example, like the Young Gen, it was banned in the previous round.
Yeah, and I really do think that perhaps Bahang is looking to read the room a little bit, allowing the rest of the team of Penang to be able to secure some of all these core pickups. That could actually be the case. But you gotta also remember that whatever that was banned back in game one, they will be pretty much considered to be opened up as well. So that being said, no more Arlie for either side of the team, which means that they gotta rely on something like a Lady Sun, a Chano, maybe even the Ho Yi to really stretch it a little bit. I know you're not the biggest fan of Ho Yi because we go back into the MKL and we've seen like very low win rates on the Ho Yi, but I do believe that if you do have the right setup, it can still be very, very effective despite it being super immobile. But then again, it's not only about that marksman pick, but overall, looking at the rest of the equation. So over onto the Clash lane, you still have, the Dharma that has been yet to be picked up. There's also so many other options like Maggi, which we've never gotten to see throughout even day one's action in the group stages.
Well, let's see. We'll see it in game number 2 because our draft is ready here. And we're going to start fresh, right? No bans yet. Let's see what they're going to put up here, starting off with the Jing. So the Jing was banned by Pahang in the previous round as well. So they don't like to play the Jing. This time the pay is going to be out. So Pahang, no chance for them to use the pay. Now the Young Gen is still open. The Arlie is open for Pahang. I wonder which hero that Penang will want to prioritize.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Bahang if they really want to also match fire with fire, considering that Penang likes to play carry type of jungler. Denwei doesn't sound too bad on paper, but then again, I don't think that in the current meta he is going to be the most efficient because when you play Denwei, he can actually run into steal buffs or so to play aggressive, but in team fights, he isn't exactly the most mobile unit other than, of course, relying on the element for him to pull off certain maneuvers. So we gotta see on the list, we've seen another ban on that Yangjian, and they're kind of banning out that pay. I believe if global pick ban, they don't really have to ban the pay. And when I did talk about that Dharma, it is actually left out in the open. So that being said, Bahang, they secured themselves in Arlie.
Yeah, because the pay was played by Penang before this. So Penang, they just wanna they don't want Pahang to play the pay. Because Pahang can still pick the pay, so they're gonna just cut that one out. Instead, they're gonna go for the Arlie that will be picked up by Pahang. So that's definitely a power pick there. The Yuhuan and Dharma. This is going to be real interesting. Again, this is a set of power picks here, but because again, Penang is playing the cycle game, right? So the moment they pick the Yuhuan, and they're probably going to pick a farm laner as their third pick. This will kind of keep Pahang guessing whether they want to focus ban onto support heroes or mid heroes. But if they want to go safe, they can focus ban onto jungle heroes because that's something that definitely Penang will be looking to pick up later.
Yeah, and very likely than not, we've seen Pang pull this kind of moves back in the group stages. So having that Yuhuan, of course, keeps them guessing. But moving into the second phase, you see a lot more bans on that support role. So I'm kind of calling it suspicious that this pickup on Klo with the Yuhuan might actually just be a support. So that being said, you have yet to actually had much of an option available for mid lane, so perhaps they're just looking for that firm counter when it goes down to things turn to pick. So one more ban from each side. I think like it's also safe to even remove some more mages off the list, and that is going to be Lady Zhen because she can always have that self-sustainability and also have plenty of all these frosts to really lock down targets. So I'm liking where this is going for Penang.
I'm a little bit surprised that Pahang actually banned out the Dia. I thought they could use it for themselves to be combo with the Arlie, but okay, that's fine. Maybe they have something else up their sleeves later on. We'll wait and see. But the Shangguan is being considered by Pahang now, so that's going to give them a lot of burst damage in the middle. If they pick the Shangguan, then they will lack crowd control based on their current draft. But if they go for the Yixing, at least you have the World is My Boy, which is a good crowd control sort of hero. it hardly goes wrong if you pick up the Yixing. Whatever the final pick of Penang is, I would say that it will be a good pick for them. As for Penang, still pretty well balanced with the Menki pick and also the Shano pick. That is a good counter towards the Arlie. Now, all Penang needs to do is just to pick another hero in the middle that is more of a crowd control sort of hero if the Yuhua is going for the roam. But looks like they might go for the Dolia, putting Yuhuan in the middle.
Ooh, now that's what I was definitely looking to be concerned about, because either side of the party, if they do secure a Dolia, it is definitely very valuable on those ultimate refreshes with the Melody. But instead, they are concerning that, hey, we need maybe a little bit more frontline so that this Mankey can maybe build slightly more offensive in that sense. So now they double down with a double smite setup as well. So what's going to be interesting for Bahang is that now you have this Yang Gen as well as Yao combo. He can just freely dive very deep, skill upon those walls, and have the Liu Bang to just assist with his ultimate, providing him just about enough shield to sustain.
And that is the draft, of course. So for me, if we look at like the draft for both sides, I do prefer Penang's draft just because they have a very strong frontliner, not only in Zhang Fei but also the Benki as well that can engage. So you have two options that you can engage with. For Zhang Fei, his ult, Unbridled Outburst, will take a bit of time because he needs to collect the Madness stat before he's able to use it. But for the Menki, all he needs to do is just wait for the cooldown, use his Dream Roam, and he'll be able to engage. So they have two good options here. One is bigger than the other, but it takes a bit more time. So if they don't have time, they can use the Menki to engage. But it really comes down to execution for these two teams. Let's check out game number 2.
That's right. Bahang now back up against the wall. So they're bringing Yang to try to scale over the wall, perhaps. See what I did there? So that being said, though, I really want to see whether if this Liu Bang pick is going to be able to match up against Go's very own Dharma. Because generally, Dharma is a lane bully. So there's not much that the Liu Bang can actually do in the early phase of the game. And speaking of which, over on the bottom lane, Chaos already soaked so much damage because he does not have that priority playing as an Arlie.
Yeah, and you can see that Chaos is not having a good time because XY, he can easily zone Chaos, especially with the Spirit Wolf. And now you can see that Chaos is taking a lot of damage. He can still back off, but for him to go front is so difficult. Still last hit for XY, but no overcommitment by him. But if he's able to push him back, force him to do a recall, his job is done.
Yeah, and overall, Chaos, he did manage to actually steal that Firehawk away, and he did not burn his ability as well. So he still kept the Purify. Meanwhile, Lei lending a hand over the top side, expecting Chloe to also pay a visit. So he's just relieving a lot of all these pressure onto that Clash lane overall, and look to, once again, reconvene eventually to try to put that pressure back on the channel.
Okay, Chloe teleported to the middle. We might want to find an engagement here. You can see Gorge, he also rotated towards the middle. They're looking for their first target. It's going to be Lei, but Lei managed to escape just in time with Yang there to protect him as well. But Penang, if they don't get their heroes, they will get their minions.
That's right, they managed to steal one camp away from Bahang once more. Perhaps on the Menki, you might not get a bit too aggressive, but the board is already up.
Oh, first blood will be given to Bahang, and they'll be looking for more. But Penang, they counter again. Gorge managed to step away from danger. But look at this, very early on, we can see Chloe, very tanky. But the moment Feng arrives, he gave that finishing blow, and Bahang will lose too.
Did you see how they actually go in one after another, just layering their offensive stacks upon the rest of Bahang, and now they're once again looking for the Crimson Invade, but I believe this is a little bit of a tall task because Chloe is being brought down low, and they will still be able to go in for the steal. Chloe secures it.
Oh man, I mean, you're talking about a team with a double smite setup, right, Contra? You have a double smite, even if we use it for one objective and there's no time for it to recover for the next objective, you have the second smite. But now, looks like the Unbridled Outburst will be forced out just in time for Feng to stay alive. And Feng, now with extra shield, he's able to step away from danger. He baited the rest of Pahang onto him, and now Pahang will need to face the wrath of Penang. But lucky enough for them, they are able to escape.
Ferg is a madman. He's only got like literally 1 HP, and then he just got that perfect charge of the Unbridled Outburst in the perfect timing, keeping himself alive, and yet again securing another Azure for the side of Penang. My. This is just one lethal composition that is very hard to counter. I mean, Penang, they're just aggressive all around. You thought that playing Mankey, they'll be just looking to be a tank. No, this guy, he will just continue to go for those boss raid inside the jungle. Speaking of raid, there is going to be a cheeky setup over onto Pixel Burst, but it's being red!
Oh, they checked! And now behind at the back of the world is my board will be used. Taking 4 of Penang in. But then again, Pahang, unfortunately their plan did not unfold as how they would have wanted.
The Zhangfei spot them walking into the bush just at the right timing as well. It could have actually been devastating, but they got red like a bug. I wish we get a replay system of that just to see how that all unfolded. And they were all boxed in. There was just no escaping despite Adam Strong needing to unleash that chessboard, but eventually they all still get caught out. One more raid right over to Azure as they look to once again take him down.
Young not able to escape, but now same goes for Lei as well. The world is my board will be used onto 3 players of Penang just to keep them in check. But then again, Penang, job done for them. Oh, not done yet. They're looking for the next target, and the early chaos will go down. It might be Overlook next. Tries to step away from danger. Still able to survive this one. Down to 1 HP left. But it's okay. Penang says, we go for the objective. Tower will be ours.
This is almost a flawless play from inside of Penang. You saw how well they layered the aggro coming from tower alone. And just goes in, Unbridled Outburst, get those big knockups going. And just like that, where they're down more of these members of Pahang that they were forced to concede. Now, even for the rest of Pahang, if they ever want to, once again, secure that buff, they will already think twice by default. So they will once again give another tower to the hands of Penang.
Look at this one, just waiting in the bush in case anyone from Pahang comes by. But most of them are concentrated at the bottom. As we can see here, an attempt at the claw, but claw is pretty tanky at this moment. And Penang, they will continue to press Pahang. Here comes the engagement by Go Mantra onto Lei, followed by the Dream Roam. He's forced to use his flash, and he will be okay. Gets a bit of support with a Battlefield Command coming in from Overlock, and Overlock might be the next target of Penang. They're spending a lot of resources onto him. And on the other side, the moment Overlock steps away from danger, he thought he's okay, but no. Go is there to wait for him.
He's just pretty much out of position the entire time once he stepped right in the jungle. And that Liu Bang Overlock just tried to make a play happen. Even being assisted by the secure was not enough. And look at this, Mankey go once again. Chloe looking for another one.
Oh, last hit to do. Adam Strong. He managed to stay strong and stay alive. At the same time, at the top, Chaos with a split push. Let's see how far he can go with this, because he needs his teammates together with him. Or his teammates need him even more. Now the backline Overlock in trouble. Battlefield Command all the way back. But he's not able to pull away the players of Penang far enough.
They did manage to at least burn the element coming from Dido, but is this going to be enough though? XY already knocking onto the inhibitor tower, and that early was only good to secure 1 tower back versus Pahang. Is that a worthy trade? I think that is decent, but it's still not going to be able to really neutralize whatever deficit that they have. At least it brings it down to a decent 5k lead for the side of Penang for the moment. Now the coast is clear for them to also secure their hands onto the Overlord, but they don't exactly have to rush since it's even more valuable from 8 minutes or even 10 minutes onward. So Chloe is just going to continue on with the pressure once again. looking to also close upon the rest of Overlock. He's just gonna battlefield command to go back in safety. So it's a little bit of that bait and switch kind of play on this Clash laner of Baha for now. So just like that, they can actually alleviate some of all the side lane pressure.
Ooh, another ball stolen away by Penang, as always. And now Penang, they're rushing in onto the top. More body power to stop their tracks. At the same time, the World is My Ball will be deployed upon 2 players from Penang, not allowing them to move forward. But the other members of Penang will come in underneath the tower. It's not going to be a problem for them. Unbridled Outburst will push Chaos all the way back, away from his teammates. But Chaos, he fights back though, but not enough damage output yet. Still they try, as they might, with Young. Moving forward, Battlefield Command, use my Overlock just to give him extra protection so that he can turn back. But Penang, they're not letting go of Pahang. They still want to go in. 3 players of Pahang now really low as Young and Lei will go down. Double kill will be on to XY, and XY and Cole will take 4 out of Pahang out with the final attempt by Pahang. World is my board, but they will not stop Penang from taking home a 2-0 win.
A convincing fashion of a victory as Pulau Pinang will be your first grand finalist of ACS Edu Tour. You saw the layers of defense up in the front line and the surefire power of the back line to just shred out all the units coming in from the rest of Pahang that they could not even afford to answer back. It was just so devastating. Once again, they lost control of their jungle, and eventually it all fell like dominoes. Penang looking like the best team possible coming in from their respective group, and not only in groups right now, they could potentially be the very best in the tournament.
Wow, Penang, solid gameplay from the draft to the execution, and they know how to play the drafting cycle game as well against Pahang. And we will definitely see Penang later in the grand finals in the best of 5 series. But before we head more on to that, let's check out some of the stats from this previous round. So if we look at these stats here, Lei, oh my goodness, so poor.
Yeah, it's really rough. You saw Lei was doing whatever he could to try to keep either Overlock still pretty much within contest up in the Clash League because Go was so suppressive. There's just so many instances where Go has been able to land some really beautiful Truth Mantra, including the one that we saw in the mid lane fight that kind of kickstart the kind of snowball run going for the side of Klo. On top of that, I mean, we take a look at the rest of the list as well. Feng, he was just unstoppable. He was up everybody's face, and there was one moment that he almost faltered, and that unbridled uppers come up just in time for him to survive. But overall, I think this has been a good showing coming from the side of Pahang. So of course, their journey ends here, but at least they do walk home with 500 ringgit.
It's going to be hard for me to pick an MVP. So I really don't know because everybody played their role for Penang, right? Like you have the Menki with the engagement, and then you have Feng soaking in all the damage. Like there was that one moment where his HP was down to only 1% and he managed to pull off the Unbridled Outburst at the right timing. And then when he did that, the rest of Penang, they followed up. That's one. And when he was down to only 1 HP, when he pulled off the Unbridled Outburst, that also meant that Pahang, they spent all their skills onto him. And by the time it was easy for Penang to follow up onto him and onto the other opponents from Pahang as well. But that's not for us to decide who will be the MVP. We'll leave it to our officials. The MVP. Will it be XY again? And looks like this time it's given to another player, Klo.
Yeah, I definitely do think the Menki had the best impact potential in the entire course of the run. I mean, Klo, even back in game 1, has had such a great lead on the pay, but even when he goes onto a tank, he is still playing super offensively as compared to a traditional Menki, that it is so lethal. Every single time he just goes in for the invade, he walks away at the very least with 2 camps potentially, and just like that, he starved out the entirety of Pahang from getting things done. So overall, it is just a great sure team effort. Like you said, it was kind of hard for us to tell. Was it Feng? Was it XY? Was it Klo? and we finally got our answer. So this team looks so formidable. We'll have to see in the next series who will be stepping up to challenge Pulau Pinang in the grand finals.
Yes, because the next series will be really interesting as well because it will feature both neighbors, Selangor and Wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur. But before we head on to that contra, we're going to take a short break and allow our teams to get into the lobby. Where we'll be back. It will be another best of 3 series. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys after this.
Maggi Curry. Puasnya tiada ganti.
Fresh and natural, aromanya special. Cita rasa yang unggul, yeah. Panas atau ice cold, VICO, VICO, yeah. VICO, VICO, yeah. VICO, VICO. Lebih cold, rendah gula kita minum ayo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ACS Edu Tour Season 4. And this is the In-Season Cup Series. My name is Sir Clark, together with Contra. We'd like to take a moment to thank our organizers, Crip Malaysia, for having this tournament for all of us. And of course, our official partners, official Instant Noodle Maggi Hot Cup, official smartphone Zaki Inubia, official chocolate malt drink Vico, official game Recharge 11, official telco Tune Talk. And this tournament is also supported by the Malaysian Esports Federation, MESF, and also Impact Integrated ESI. Right after this, Contra, we're gonna watch Selangor versus Wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur.
That's right, and we've already seen these two powerhouses collide with those in the group stages, and they've proven themselves worthy to be the best out of each respective group. But of course, now backs the question, are they able to handle the pressure and the heat right now? And whoever overcomes this challenge will also need to fend off up against Pulau Pinang. So may the best team prevail. Is it going to be Wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur, or will it be Selangor that takes it all the way to the finish line?
Yes, and this is also a best of 3 series, and with global ban pick activated, it's going to challenge their hero pool. But then again, these two teams, because they have played the ACS Edu Tour Season 4 in their respective states, they would have felt the global ban pick before, so they know what they're up against. It's just that they have data right now because of, again, the ACS Edu Tour Season 4 when it was played during the States. I'm sure these teams would have done homework against each other. And because we had these two teams on the broadcast yesterday as well, that's more data for them to try to find loopholes and ways to overcome each other. Let's check out what sort of draft will they put onto the Gorge coming into game number 1.
Yeah, and overall, when we take a look at their recent performance, I think like WPKL has on record the fastest possible game out there. It was a game that went only for 5 minutes, 55 seconds. That is definitely the craziest amount of time to conquer the Gorge overall. So are they going to be able to do so? I think it is a little bit tougher, because when we go into this semifinals, we're looking at the champions of the respective groups contending for this title in the grand final. So Selangor, perhaps there is not in too many of all these games that we've been able to witness, but they've been able to also prove themselves worthy. So out of the two, do you have any form of a hot take on who could potentially walk out as a grand finalist?
Right now, it does look pretty hard for Wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur, just because we've seen a 5 minute 55 second game yesterday. So they're looking like the favorites. But then again, we didn't get to see all their games yesterday, right? Maybe some of the games they struggle, we don't know. So we got to see what happens here between them and also Selangor. And also, to put it out there, these two teams in this entire tournament series, they have not met each other yet. So we don't know what they are capable of if they are put together into the same gorge. Now, coming into the draft, Yangjan, Dharma is out, the Luna and Mai is out as well. Hot picks all out, but we obviously still have the hot picks like the Pay being picked up. And Contra, your wish of seeing the Mayan, we might see it here.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely hovering upon this because it is a very good answer to the Pay. As much as that Pay wants to look in for a dive, once you have the Mayan waiting around, then you would absolutely be denied any form of engagement potential at all. But I kind of like this a little better. They've adjusted it to be a Yuhuan first pick together alongside with the Arlie. So that either confirms it for the bottom lane, or this could still potentially be a mid lane Yuhuan, which is generally safe from all the ganks coming into the early game.
Yeah, I mean, picking the Yuhuan first instead of the Mayan will give them that psychological advantage because it's a flex pick. But if they do pick the Zhangfei, then it's for sure Yuhuan is going to go mid. Then WPKL, they don't really need to worry about like which role they want to focus ban on later on. Of course, if they want to go for the Zhangfei and just put away the psychological battle of the draft, that's fine as well, because for WPKL, they can potentially pick the Zhangfei for themselves. So you don't want them to have that sort of advantage. Instead, they choose to lock in the Zhangfei, which I think is a evergreen sort of hero that can't go wrong.
Yeah, I think like maybe this isn't exactly the best course of action because now moving to the second phase, WPKL, they can just double down to now look for a ban onto that Maggi. And instead, they're just gonna tie the knots, takes out the Ogren so that they will have maybe a little bit of trouble securing themselves a very powerful jungler for the side of Selangor. Using taken out as well because you can definitely tell that Selangor, they want those big massive team fights in AoE format so that you can have those unbridled outbursts layered upon with, of course, what the Yuhuan could also dish out in those team fights as well. So down to our final ban, as we do have the Zhuangzi already eliminated, as Selangor does not want that kind of immunity to be given over to the side of WPKL.
Yep, and now we're heading on to the second phase ban. So the using ban is kind of interesting though, because I thought that they could have kind of thought that they could use for themselves, but because they already have the Yuhuan, so that's okay. That's out of the picture for now. The Agudo, interesting. So if they go for the Agudo, which they will, that means they have two heroes that can engage first. It's either the Zhangfei or the Agudo with the fur ball. That's absolutely fine. And then you have the Moonflow Tempo from the Yuhuan that can follow up, very long range stun and can stun multiple targets. But they will be depending on the Arlie for the damage output. That means they must open up enough space for the Arlie to farm to be able to fight when it comes to the late game.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting because they are hovering between both the Gal as well as the mid laner that is going to be super pesky. Heino can always go in for those kind of pokes and then just reset and just pulls back a couple seconds on where he was previously at. And that kind of allows Selangor to still, in the end, consider this Mayin pickup because eventually you gotta look for some lock-on target. So I kind of like the idea coming from Selangor on paper at the very least, but how does the execution look like? Because Mayin generally will have some tendency to struggle in the early game going up against the Byron that is very suppressive, especially during that level 1 phase. Meanwhile, I want to take a look at those two supports who are going to be looking for clean engages. It really feels like whoever is more proactive out of the support will back the victory home.
Yeah, I think the supports will definitely play a big role as well, especially with WPKL taking the Lampo for themselves. So it's that hero is a very big engager type of hero, right? It can go in, catch like 3, 4, or maybe the entire team, depending on how the setup is like. And then they can follow up with attacks from behind, especially with Chano. That can come in really, really fast as well, because the Chano, he does have a very fast move speed that he can just follow up easily, even though the fight is happening like maybe just across the river or something like that. But like what you said, right, it's really down to execution. And if we were to look at the execution for these two teams yesterday, they did show that they are really good when it comes to teamwork. But now it's going to be the pressure of the semifinals. Let's head on to game number 1.
Here we go. The first meeting between the two. And of course, we call this the Klang Valley rivalry that they've always been arguing about, you know, which side has the better food or so. Are you the urban guy? Are you PJ boy? And arguably, you know, some parts of Cheras is like KL, some parts are Selangor, but hey, in the day, we're all Malaysians. Everything's pretty cool here, but of course, with both sides to be pretty much on equal footing, they also do know how to read the draft. This is what I really do like about these two teams. And by doing so, you're already looking at a double stack over on the top side with a little bit more priority to open up the portal for the TP. Meanwhile, back over to the bottom side, we gotta also take a look at who actually strikes level 4 first. And with either side of the supports hitting that will definitely alter the outcome of that very first battle. But the Firehawks party now given over the side of Selangor to have a very steady start.
Yeah, it's interesting that they managed to push away the players of WPKL on the farm lane. When if we were to see based on the draft, like CCS playing the channel, he's able to kind of zone out Me Too. So Me Too has to be careful, especially with the wolves, because he's a really single target sort of hero. He has to prioritize also clearing out the wolves at the same time trying to get a poke onto CCS. That's not going to be the easiest of case, but he has to find a way somehow to really lock him in. It will be helpful if CY sticks with him at the bottom as a babysitter, but right now in the middle, lost it, needed, and they will land the final blow. Looks like it is first blood to Selangor.
Yeah, and they're continuing to press on. It forces the Hino to pop his ultimate just to recover all that health bar. A little bit of an extension as well that was a little bit costly as they were just contending over onto the corner river. Meanwhile, Me Too strikes one down on a solo kill up against CCS.
Ooh, 2 kills right now for Selangor. Interesting. Okay. And I kind of expected that the Ali would win the lane at the bottom because the channel is a natural counter to the Ali, but it seems like the Ali is the one dominating with 1 level ahead now. So CCS, he has to find an alternative, or he needs a rotation from the middle, come down, poke, and just chase the Ali away for him to farm.
Yeah, and they will just continuously pile on this kind of pressure and rinse and repeat if they could. Overall, now she gets a little bit more of a head start to get into her first item power spike. Even more reason for that channel to be a little bit more passive on their stance, and they're looking for a 4-man breach down bottom side. Not much that the Halo can actually contribute, but at the very least, he can alleviate a little bit of that pressure with the Fate Rewind that will still be intact. But they're being very respectful. They will allow them to get a little bit of that gold plating. Meanwhile, Fung, oh well, it's going to be a quick pullback for Fry, so I don't think it's too much of a heavy commitment coming out of Selangor for the team meantime.
Oh, CY is waiting at the side, but decision compromise. Thanks to the movement by Hen, he did check the push. And now he will be forced to turn back, but he does have the Unbridled Outburst though, so he can counter-engage at any point of time. Unending Sorrow will be deployed by QX so that he can stay sustained in front of the Tyrant. But the Tyrant will be locked in by WPKL. Still Selangor, they want to continue on the engagement, but then again, WPKL, they disengage quickly enough.
Yeah, you can see that they're playing so in tune right now. Despite giving away 2 of these kills over in the early game, WPKL, they managed to regain that kind of lead as they've been able to also rate a couple of camps. Jay so far doing an excellent job. Meanwhile, some shred over on side of CY. They'll be just pulling back for the meantime. And right now, a little bit of trading going on the river is QX is trying to poke and prod, just zoning out the support and the mid lane. So far, Selangor, the more time you give them to scale, they're going to be a lethal trade because you take a look at Agudo, he's half marksman, half tank as well. So it definitely is going to be scary if he's allowed that kind of space to hit into the late game.
You see why? He does not have the Unbridled Outburst though, so he has to be extra careful there. Still, he can use this Leaping Saber to give his teammates extra shield, and also he can turn back. But without the Unbridled Outburst, they're still able to secure the tower at the bottom, pushing both Han and CCS back onto T2.
While all of that is happening, there's also a raid over onto the top quadrant of the map. You can take a look at where Jay is being placed, as the entire time Leo was being baited away and now having to deal with a crash wave. Now they're sending more members to try to catch out that pain, but it's a Byron under siege.
Ooh, Ray has to be careful there. Very low on health. At least he's a Byron, so he's able to tank. And now in the middle, Fries managed to evade that stun, and here comes Hen, just to try to push them back up, allowing space for Fries to step back behind. But now, with the chase happening, both players of WPKL, they have to back off. Here comes the Unbridled Outburst all the way to the backline. Beautifully executed by Selangor. That will be their 3rd kill. And at the same time, they will claim the tower.
Great timing on the Fate Seal. Fries did manage to go blow for blow. You lose a support in favor of taking down B2. I think that is very valuable for side of WPKL. And yet again, as much as there were a couple of all these tower takedowns or so coming out of Selangor, WPKL, they are still maintaining decent sizable amount of income accrued. So it isn't all too consuming just yet. They're okay with small little fights. They're just trying to scale up ahead as well. Because if you take a look at this, if they hit into the late game, you have the Byron, you have the Lianpo. It is such a solid front line already. You also gotta remember, it is not easy to take down Fries as he continuously offer plenty of poke.
Yeah, you're absolutely right? Even though Selangor has 3 kills and WPK only has 1, but when it comes to economy, it's still very tight. And here comes the engagement from the river area. WW was started off just to be followed up by Hand, and now they will continue on the chase onto the other side. Look at the amount of burst damage from the middle by Fries. That's a lot of damage, but then again, Hand has to be careful. Lucky enough for him, he does have the flash, and he will be saved.
Yeah, perfect timing on the flash just to get in back over onto the course of his teammates to cover up as well. As a matter of fact, it's not only them needing to stall things out as well. WPKL, despite being behind now, they are ahead in goal. Oh, big shred! And Will, he finds it.
Not able to fade rewind back to safety, but then again, Fries, his Scepter of Fate is really, really painful right now. You saw that one earlier on Contra. 1 Scepter of Fate down to 10%, and only 1 follow-up, 1 last hit needed, and BX went down just like that when he's supposed to be one of the tankier heroes on the side of Selangor.
Yeah, that's the thing, like Agudo, you kind of need a slight build over on the offense. So in the early game, he isn't exactly the beefiest. So you need a little bit more time to actually cook up those items before, of course, he comes in with a fur ball to be a little bit more disruptive. Meanwhile, looking at the rest of WPKL, they're just trying to hold it down as they've been eyeing out on this potential Tyrant take. Are they going to commit is going to be the question, but I'm afraid it's too little too late. Selangor, they once again secure another objective to now push up ahead.
Okay, here comes Moon for Tempo to the left side, but Fries not worried about it at all. Look at his poking capability. Scepter of Fate onto BX. 1 Scepter of Fate, down 20%. That's a lot, especially if you're able to inflict this sort of damage onto a tank. But what is Leo thinking of doing here? Is he thinking of going on to CCS alone? Okay, I think this is a bit risky though, but I don't know.
They found a target.
Just doing scouting work for his teammates.
Yeah, thankfully he got baited in towards Hayno's direction because there was a potential that land poke could also collapse onto him. So that's very good timing being read out. So now they're also looking to once more regain that control back into the red side of their jungle. And just take a look, Fries have been such a nuisance and now he's being hopped on.
Oh, Fries is in trouble, but here comes the rest of WPKL. Fries is still alright. And look at the damage output by him from the backline using the Scepter of Fate. And because of that, they're able to trade it back, taking out Leo instead.
Wow, they just absolutely bladed Selangor into the fight, forcing Leo to try to dive deep. And he just went a little bit overboard over onto the course of the river. And just like that, that punishment costed them a tower, and now the fight breaks loose.
And at the same time, we see Fries. He only has, what 10% of health? But he's still there together with his teammates to fight. He has to really, really trust his teammates to be able to do that. That is what WPKL is showing right now.
That's right. The tenacity, the sure perseverance absolutely pays off. And right now, we're just looking at very fine margins. 2,000 gold up ahead, all thanks to the Tyrant being secured. They just accumulate small little leads to slowly find a big convergence. Meanwhile, that Byron's all alone.
Okay, but he's tanky enough though. I'll be a little bit more worried on the Fries with the fact that he is taken out. So now they don't have a burst damage dealer, but they do have a continuous damage from CCS. Unfortunately, CCS went down as well. It's only down to Wade WW. Even him went down. Jay is the only damage dealer, but with only 2 players left, they cannot continue on the fight. Jay has to survive.
Both marksmen secured themselves a double, but because WPKL lost 4 members, this is the best time for Selangor to secure themselves an Overlord in the span of 11 minutes and a half. This might actually turn the tides around. That was such a hot-fought battle. You saw the back and forth, and they were all funneled into such a tight choke point that it was very difficult for them to even consider retreating, but they just committed into that fight. And just because of that, Selangor, they came up ahead.
You know what? After all that, WPKL still has a at some point a goal advantage, right? Now they're just like neck to neck with each other, even after all those fights. That's insane. The farming capability by WPKL is definitely showing in this round, but when it comes to winning fights, they have to find better ways of winning fights against Selangor, because Selangor, they are very well coordinated as a team.
You also have to consider, well, I gotta hold my thought because my Yin's getting caught!
Oh my, oh no, Leo went down. The rest of Selangor, they have to back out right now. The Minor Burst is still available and it will be deployed right now. Will they make a U-turn? Yes, they will. Me Too gets one for him. Make that a double kill. What a U-turn. What a counter engage by Selangor.
Yeah, and the point that I want to bring out is that WPKL, they only have DPS damage. They don't have any kind of burst to knock them out of the park. And you got Selangor, who's got all these variations. The big burst damage coming from QX. And of course, Me Too has already got those auto power spikes. And now they break open the base and look to secure another takedown.
Ah, there goes Moon for Tempo, easy stun, and Selangor will take them all out. Only way WWE left, but that's not going to be a problem for them because their objective is to take the crystal and game 1 with them.
What a series that we've been able to witness. This is just the first out of many, and Selangor gets the first strike. Oh, wow. Where do we even start with this? Because it was so back and forth, Sir Cloud, because even from the span of the early game, it was 50-50, and we start to see Selangor, they come up ahead 2 kills, and then WPKL says, you know what? It's fine. We can still have so many avenues to regain that goal, but it does not translate too much because they kind of lost out more and more of these objectives. The first tower given over to Selangor, and then the Tyrant, and then eventually the moment they finish off the fight, I think what broke the camel's back here was that fight loss, because that costed them that Overlord, and that allowed Selangor to push.
And I also really like the early game control by Selangor, right? Especially on the farm lane, when on paper, if you think about it, the channel is supposed to win the 1v1, or at least during the laning phase against an Arlie. But then again, the Arlie somehow found a way to win against the channel. Also thanks to the extra support and the rotation by Selangor to put a little bit more focus onto the farm lane, allowing the Arlie to scale towards the late game, where we saw they did a U-turn in one of the fights and they easily won it with the Arlie played by Me Too, scoring 2 kills during the time.
That's right, and I really think that it has been such a magnificent run for both teams overall. I think that overall Hunt was having some difficulties to be able to last a lot longer in those fights because he wasn't really capable of soaking too much of the brunt of damage and has enough ability to actually get out. Whereas CY has always got the backing of the Agudo as well. If ever the case, you will have a last minute attempt coming from Leo. Leo was also very willing to give out some of all these positions just in order for them to get a better funnel in those team spots as well. So Leo kind of playing very selflessly on this Mayin, though I kind of wish we get to see those big, massive combos. But hey, I'm liking what we're getting here overall because the drafts were great and the action was even better.
Well, let's see who will be the best of them all in our MVP. Could be anyone from Selangor, but it is Me Too with the MVP, who I believe played the Arlie earlier on with a KD of 713, damage taken 16%, and of course, damage dealt 33%, one of the highest of them all amongst his other teammates because he is an Arlie. And with the fact that WPKL allowed him to scale to the late game, to the best of my memory, I don't remember a rotation from the mid to the farm lane to try to stop the Arlie from farming. So they allowed him to farm and scale to the late game, and he showed what he can do.
You're absolutely right. Even when there was a rotation, it was just to form up a countermeasure. There was also just about enough effort coming from Selangor to also set up that big dive over onto the bottom lane. We remember that dive that kind of ensured that this early snowballs even further. That solo kill did not help at all for that channel as well. So I felt like that kind of costed them a little bit of that tempo play, which he might have been able to just stall out, both get item spikes at the same time. But hey, can't cry over game one. There's still our second potential matchup here with WPKL having their final chance to turn things around. So we got to remember the list as well. I mean, there's no more Arlie going for the side of Selangor. And of course, the ban list, we will still probably see maybe a consideration for it because this time around, there just might be that kind of instance where they're gonna take a couple of all these playbook from the side of Selangor to implement back into what they were really good at for WPKL.
Yep, and because we are playing a best of three series, the global ban pick might change things. So for Selangor, great first win, but they have to keep the momentum up and they have to have a book of strategies here because of the global ban pick. What sort of heroes can they play? What sort of draft can they put out? The hero pool and so on and so forth. We will find out, ladies and gentlemen, because without further ado, we're going to jump into the second game's draft really soon. And there's still a lot of power picks that can be put onto the Gorge as well. So maybe some of your favorite heroes might be used in the next round. So if you have any of them, do leave it in the comment section because we'd like to find out what are your favorite heroes as well.
Well, if you ask me, the answer is pretty simple, but it's either picked or even banned. I think like we've only seen so far one team using the Mai Shiranui. There is definitely pros and cons because she is ultra high mobility and ultra high burst damage. But once you catch her that one time, she could easily just crumble in an instant, of course, layered with enough hard crowd control. So we'll have to see on our next draft what will they actually cook up because overall, WPKL, they have definitely shown that they can match up to also defend their own jungle from being raided. They've also played offensively to really double down up against Selangor. They will start on the blue side again. Very interesting because Yangjen, Pei, Mai Shiranui, as well as Luna, they're going to be off that list.
Yes, so the Young Gen will not see the light of day, at least for this round, that is. But the Dolia might come into play. The Long is still available. We have not seen a Long pick at all today, but the Dharma is open for WPKL, so it will be interesting if they choose to lock this one in. No qualms about the Dharma. It is a solid pick. Able to engage from the back line and able to take out squishy heroes as well. So the Dharma is a good start.
Yeah, I think that allows them to also have such a big team fight potential as well. Of course, that is being answered back with this Fateh pickup. Last round, he was on that Maggi, and as much as there were certain scrutiny on his positioning, I still think that it has been pretty much efficient on how he actually plays it all out. So now, if you give him crowd control, it will be even better. You did mention about the Lung. Of course, they picked up that Dolia to also either give him a double reset. This board, this roster coming in from the side of Selangor, it can be multitudes of big elements in essence so that you can make good use of that melody. Typically, you might consider a Yi-Sing, but now that mid lane is being reconsidered because right now, with the Jing pickup coming from WPKL, they can consider something tankier in the jungle, and they also do need even more crowd control, which is why that Yi-Sing is a must pick here in the first phase.
Yeah, and it definitely makes sense for the Yi-Sing because of the Dolia, right? You're able to combo not only with the Long and also the Yi-Sing as well, giving them double ults each. So that is a solid pick for sure. I mean, if they want to go like traditional combo with Dolia on the Clash lane, it might be the Elaine, but I don't think so. I think it would be better if they pick another hero at the Clash lane that's able to engage, like maybe like the Guan Yu or maybe like a Sunja would be a great pick for Selangor. But for WPKL, they're going to focus on to banning out the Ogren first. I noticed that in the last round, they banned out the Ogren as well, so they probably know something that we don't on why the Ogren is a solid hero for Selangor.
I think generally he does not really dip out of performance. Even when behind, you could always really just cut across the map, steal some camps away very efficiently, which is why Ogren pickups are very well feared by many pro teams out there. So moving into the second phase, other than the Ogren being banned, there's also the Musashi that's being taken off, because if you take a look at the rest of the PKL, there's a lot of projectiles as well. You can deny some shots coming from the Arlie to render some form of a damage. So I definitely do like that kind of consideration. But me too, he's gonna be seeing if he could pick maybe the class laner to have that steady lane up against the Dharma. Either Liu Bang or even the ones that he just hover on. So it kind of works because we talk about double elements. He also see the idea with the Dolia, pretty much lock and load it. There is potentially the lane, but instead Byron is always going to be that safe pick.
Okay, so they went with the Byron. I mean, it's a tank, can stay in front, so that's something that Selangor would need. Last pick for Selangor would be something in the jungle. So I'm looking at a type of hero that they can use to engage with, maybe with a Agudo, or maybe even better the Dune, because the Dune is also able to combo with the Dolia as well. So I think the Dune will be an interesting pick. You have the Dune, he moves in, he engages, and then you pull out the World is My Board. So I think that will be a good one for Selangor to consider. But for WPKL, I was thinking of the Sakir before this, but they're hovering around the Moza. And they will lock it in. Okay. So this will be interesting, right? So the Moza, it really depends on what kind of playstyle the Moza will be using, right? Whether he's going to go for like the type of playstyle that's a little bit more passive, stay behind and protect the Arlie with the thing inside the box, or go in front and engage with the thing inside the box, because he does have a flash. So it really depends on what kind of playstyle that they want to pull off here in this round too.
Yeah, I think like it's pretty genius of an idea overall. And to also answer back, since they've already locked in the Jing, I think like the best move moving forward is to have a flowborn tank to just ensure that this Jing does not really get to dance as she please, because flowborn you can just go knockups after knockups. And now that you also have that Dahlia on board, can you imagine what kind of destructive force they can offer in those team fights? The only thing that they need to be concerned about is to ensure that their marksman is going to have a smooth time, or else they will be lacking in damage no matter how this flowborn engages.
Yeah, so the flowborn, we've seen that yesterday as well, right? Really, really tanky, multiple knockups, and especially if you have a Dolia with the Celestial Melody, it can refresh out. In fact, if you kind of think about it, now that they have put up the entire draft, the only one that might not benefit as much from the Celestial Melody is the Byron. Everyone else can benefit from it. So you can see that Selangor, they have set themselves up pretty nice. And if you were to ask me, I think Selangor has the better draft.
I actually think so too, at least on the second half of the draft. The first half, they are revealing a lot of their cards, which, you know, is kind of necessary as well. Meanwhile, WPKL, now that they're going to be the ones on Arlie, will it keep up to the expectations of what was being set by Me Too is going to be the biggest question. Fast clear, and now they're already jetting their way towards the top end of the field. Meanwhile, Leo is actually being bullied out of his own tower range, so he has to play a little passively, but backup has arrived, and they're already tanking out Will down to 60%.
Okay, I'm just thinking of like WPK and their advantage, right? They have like more damage output. If you think about it, especially with the Jing and its mirror domain, and of course CCS with the Arlie, able to scale to the very late game. So they have multiple phases of this round that they can go for. If it goes late game, they know who to depend on. If it's go mid game, they know who to depend on. So it's still pretty solid. Now, one thing about having the Dharma on WPKL is that very likely that he will play the type of hero that goes to the backline, try to search for a opportunity to use the truth mantra onto any of the backliners. So that's something that Selangor will always need to keep in mind and always need to check where WW will always be at.
Yeah, I think like what you just pointed out is going to be of utmost importance, because once we go into those team fights, you got to ensure that the setting is just going to be pixel perfect for the side of Selangor. And same could also be said about WPKL. My only concern is this Mosey pick. What kind of value does it actually offer? Because you take a look at this, no matter who you actually have that blast, it's not going to matter all too much. The board kind of misses the mark. So that's a long cooldown on that element for QX. Meanwhile, steady laning phase for the bottom lane. And keep in mind, I mean, Jay, the longer you allow this Jing to play, she's just gonna scale out of control. And by then, you need more than just BX to take him down.
Yeah, and so far, Selangor has not been doing like the enter the jungle, take away the buff sort of gameplay. We haven't really seen that. So if they allow like Jie to just farm in the jungle, get buff after buff, it can be very, very dangerous towards the late game. Of course, we're still very early into this match, and the split might be decided at the 4th minute when we see the first Tyrant.
True enough, and overall, I think like this variation of the combos coming from the Mosey as well as the Nua, it allows them to gain a lot of vision every time you cast the Cannon Blast or even the Annihilation to be able to spot, hey, there's that squishy unit. Let's just try to rush our way towards the Long, for example. But the only problem is that there's also high mobility targets, so it's not exactly the easiest to consistently connect with those Cannon Blasts, which is why like I'm not exactly the biggest fan of this Mosey pick.
Yeah, I've been thinking a bit about the Moser pick as well. I wasn't too sure, and I have the same thought that I'm not really a big fan. I would have liked a hero that's able to engage, and like a Sakir, you can go in with the mulberry power, and you can also sustain your teammates in the team fight as well. I would have preferred that a little bit more because with the Moser, who's going to be the main frontliner, right? Yeah, you can say that maybe the Dharma when they start to get together, but you're so dependent on the Dharma to soak in everything. I worry that it might not be enough in the team fight.
Yeah, and we'll just have to really see if that plays out well enough as they're already setting up the board.
Okay, here comes the board, catching two inside of it. WPKL will lose their first player. Hand will fall to the hands of Selangor, but all the way to the backline, the Droop Mantra will be deployed, but not able to get the trade-off. Instead, it's going to be Selangor getting the second kill.
A clean 2-0 finish right there in the middle, just in the perfect time with the Tyrant also spawning up. Selangor, they're looking like giants right now on how they just absolutely stomped in that mid lane.
Ooh, I think we're starting to see the issue without like a strong frontliner, right? Because you have a Moser, he's not the tankiest of heroes. He went down first, and the moment he went down, like there's no other big CC. We gotta think about it. Yeah, you have the prize that can push Selangor out, but then again, you need a little bit more control, a bigger control, I would say, and Hen will be the best one. But if he goes down first, then Selangor knows that there's no other big CC that can stop them.
Indeed, right now, a little bit more establishment on the down bottom side with the visit of the but Jay, he's winning on wings, and if there's someone to do it, it's him. Immediately, Infinite Fastness has to be popped just to get back into safety. So I think it's just an insurance on this Jing pick as well. So we talked about that scaling and also the potential to go for the catch. He just needs to continuously pressure onto me too, and burning that out was just the start of it.
Yeah, Mirror Domain was used at the bottom. So now they won't have that for the moment. They'll need to wait for the Mirror Domain to be up again before they can go for another team fight. But the focus right now is to try to win the lane. Thing inside the box will be used to take out Leo, and Leo will fall. And at the same time, WPKL will take down the top tower.
A lot more efficient on the map plays. Meanwhile, bottom lane, steady hold coming from inside of Wii U, but backup has arrived. Selangor, oh, playing with fire right now. Price has already utilized the Annihilation a little early on. So I think like the wise option here is either for them to take a recall or even reset the kind of tempo over on the map. The rest of these members of Selangor currently looking to at least secure their own buffs. 10 seconds, the Crimson will be up online, and you can already see from the minimap, they're beelining their way towards the top quadrant of the map.
And now they're going to put focus onto the Overlord. I don't see Selangor challenging them for it. They're not in position yet. WPKL with their potential damage output, they're able to snatch that one away. But Selangor might snatch Moser away though. Caught inside, I think inside the box as well. But not enough for him to counter back onto Selangor, and he will fall. So 3 kills now for Selangor. They're leading in terms of kills, but again, when it comes to the economy, WPKL has the advantage.
They do. WPKL, just like last game, I think that they're just so resourceful. They know how to distribute all these goals into their carries, whether if it's J, whether if it's CCS, they've been able to get it done. So this is kind of like a reenactment. Selangor, they love those kind of early kind of pickoffs, but there was at no point in time that we did get ourselves that full-blown 5 versus 5. And we're looking at an attempt of canceling that kind of TP, but unfortunately, Fries could not do much about that situation. So it's just going to be a steady hold for now. Already 8 minutes into the game as the rest of Selangor, they're over the bottom side of the map, and this creates space for CCS up over on the top.
Can blast by Hand, and now Hand needs to take care of his position. Really backs off while waiting for the minions to arrive at the top. They will put pressure to Selangor. Look at the pressure being pushed back. Well, it's my board. Caught 2 of them inside. But look at the counter. Wow, that is a really, really quick move by CCS. Right now, we're starting to see CCS, the early player scaling.
Oh my goodness. And not only that, Jay also got involved as well. Even more goal added to the Jing. These might be available eventually, and the Tyrant is also coming up online. They want a double siege. They break the bottom tower, and there's also one more to be claimed up mid. Not much that Selangor can actually do about this as they're setting up the dive Mirror Domain.
And Mirror Domain with objective gameplay to take down the tower at the top. Now in the middle. You see WPKL still putting pressure as well. Selangor, they are being split up. At the same time, they have to clear off the lanes at the bottom. So right now, pressure is onto Selangor to try to win back their jungle.
They are trying to do so, but they might actually give this Tyrant away. They understand very well that they're not in that point of contest just yet. I think equally, Selangor does have a damage output issue as well in the moment. Surely need to have done magnificently during the lane phase, but now in those team fights, he's got to also step it up a notch, if ever the case. Currently sitting at 3-3, almost hitting 10-minute mark. And take a look at this. That Moses hand just by the pixel push. And they're reconvening.
Oh, very, very dangerous. And somehow Leo survives. And now the counter engagement will happen from Selangor with the wall is my board. Catching a couple of them inside, including Wayne WW, where he will be taken down. But look at the backline. The backline, Jay arrives at the right time. And Selangor will lose 4 players. Might be even. The 5th player right now caught inside, think inside the box. WPKL comes up with an ace.
A heroic play that sees the light of day for WPKL, and it is not over as they claw their way into the inhibitors. Just about enough time for B2B spawn up. They're trying to be respectful about this, but getting the inhib was as good as it gets. With that ace being secured, you just saw that position was so sublime, and that critical clutch over onto all of them was just absolutely golden.
Whoa, what an engagement that was. That was huge, that was huge. But again, from that engagement, we're starting to see even Jay has scaled to the point that he's very, very dangerous right now. The moment he comes in with the Mirror Domain, he's also even able to chase down heroes individually when Selangor started to split up. Now WPKL, they are online. The next team fight will be crucial for Selangor.
Definitely will be. They need to safeguard this Overlord at all costs. 2-man pushing over to the mid side. Meanwhile, another item now being bought by Wayu. And they will force the fight!
Oh, just like that, the moment you look, you blink, you miss. That is how fast they're able to take out the member of Selangor right now. CY He was not able to withstand the amount of damage output from WPKL, and now Wade WW will need to back off as well. Although he was caught inside the box, but then again, he's tanky enough to step away.
Yeah, and just like that, a lot of all these members of Selangor, they kind of need to attend to the waves. This might actually be a very good time for WPKL to use this timing to just go in for the Shadow Overlord Seas at this moment. They spot them out over the map, and yep, this is going to be the right call. WPKL, they always come back from the gutter, and now they're looking like they can seal the fate of Selangor to have one more game to play. As for Selangor, all they really have to do is to let them overextend, let them be the ones to lose control, then maybe Selangor can just hug in their base and turn the fight around.
And right now, WPKL, again, they have absolute control of the jungle. The Selangor side, for them to even come out is pretty dangerous because they know that WPKL can pounce onto them anytime soon, especially with WW playing the Dharma. And now, even with J and also CCS, they're the level and itemization that they can easily take anyone out in the 1v1.
Indeed. Now, tension brewing high. A very build over mid. Meanwhile, they're just trying for this big setup with the Vanguard already crushing through the tower, and the chessboard is already down on the ground, not catching on to any members of WPKL. The sure discipline, they know it wasn't really worth it because the giant Shadow Vanguard is already marching from the top side.
Oh yeah, and now we'll arrive into the front door of Selangor. WPKL, they can pounce anytime soon, especially with WW and his Truth Mantra waiting at the side, waiting for the right opportunity. Leo tries to soak up the damage, but Leo, he has to step away. Gotta be careful that he is tanky enough though, so he will be alright. But while all that was happening, the tower at the bottom, taken down by the minions.
And I'm not too sure where exactly will be a point where Selangor can even find a way to lock down Jay, because realistically, we're looking at a lack of crowd control. If it's not the knockup or even Yi Sing's Wool is my board, I don't think they actually have any solid crowd control to actually layer it up against the rest of WPKL, but they are looking for a big fight. So this is where it gets tense.
Oh, the world is my board out, but then again, Selangor, they were not able to follow up at all. The moment when WW comes in, he soaks in the damage, he soaks in those skills, and that is where the rest of WPKL will jump in and get kill after kill after kill. That includes a double kill for Jay. Although he went down, but then again now Selangor, they're pushed down to a corner. The crystal is exposed, just waiting for the minions to arrive. Selangor, this could be their final defense as they try to push out CCS, but CCS goes all the way to the back and takes back game number 2, leading us to game 3.
CCS is an absolute hero. They can't afford to clear out the waves, but because of his presence, they could not even find a way to stop him. And just like that, WPKL, they're bringing in the full series to turn the tides around back at their enemy lines of Selangor.
Beautiful controlled gameplay by WPKL, if you think about it. Not as aggressive as we have seen them yesterday, but this is more of like a calculated sort of a gameplay where they try to just win the map area, open up the space from time to time, and allowing the Arlie to scale, allowing Jay to scale. They know their pace. They know that when they reach the late game, the damage output from these two players is enough to win team fights.
Yep, I can absolutely agree with that. And you take a look at stats-wise, I think Jay as well as CCS would be the MVP. Either or, because they've been performing so well. And we talked about, unfavorable matchups over the bottom side. Luke generally does actually skill a little tad better, but the DPS output coming from CCS was absolutely absurd. As much as I wish there was more impact coming from the Nua, maybe to make some TP plays, I felt like usually if it does channel, it does feel like it's just not much that this Nua can actually do from time to time. But once you allow her to scale, she just turns into this snowballing beast. I mean, we take a look at the stats once again, as of course we wrap up game 2. Sir Cloud, we still have one more round to go to decide who will join Penang in the grand finals.
Yeah, the decider match, right? I mean, this is tight. This is tight. This is arguably one of the tightest match that we have seen so far in our tournament series. But before we head on to that, of course, we have to crown the MVP for this round. Could it be Jie? Could it be CCS? And looks like it's Jie with the Jing. But he has to also thank his teammates for buying him enough time for him to farm. And we also have to give Jie the credit for being able to farm himself as well. And when it reached the late game, the moment he opened the mirror domain in the middle of a fight, yeah, he can be very dangerous. So good work to Jie as the MVP.
Yeah, could we actually call this a comeback? Because WPKL in the early game, they were just basically taking a couple of losses and then they just upkeep their rhythm, that tempo on securing more and more of all these EXP leads. And I think like that is what makes WPKL look to be one of the teams that has a very formidable draft and also great solid minds to really plan out how do we layer, how do we execute certain team fights. And I think like it speaks volumes, right? Especially now, so far, I think Arlie has one of the highest win rate in the tournament, and it really shows why. Because this players, when you hit the mid game mark, it's hard to even land those kind of CC. And I think Selangor, if only they had any more airborne crowd controls or anything at all, this could actually be a very even fight.
Yeah, I think what Selangor could have had more is the engagement, right? Like, yeah, a Flowborn tank is very tanky, but he needs to like walk into a fight for the most part. That is like, there's no like big jump type of CC in, maybe like a Dune, for example. But then again, there's still one more game to go, so let's see what kind of draft they can pull off. Of course, we are still at a global ban pick, so now there will be at least 10 sets of heroes for each side that cannot be used. Coming into the draft here, we're going to see the Pei being banned out together with the Luna as a start.
Yeah, pretty standard bans overall because you don't want them to secure all these high tempo jungle pickups. So the kind of similar notion that we saw other teams pick out, they can also backfire if you don't get things going. But of course, going into the second phase of picks and bans, Yang Zhen is actually getting a lot of attention in this tournament.
Yeah, because the Yang Jie is a current meta hero, especially after the rework, right? So you just don't want to deal with that. But also to note, WPKL, Price is actually a very strong Mai user. So Selangor looking at the bans, the Mai is open. You just don't want to give the Mai to Price. Instead, it's going to be the Yuhuan and also the Long that's going to be picked up by WPKL. And as always, if it's a Yuhuan early pick, we're always wondering, is this going to be a Yuhuan mid or Yuhuan roll?
I think it's probably Yuhuan mid because if you match up to Mai Shiranui, she can actually soak a lot of that damage, just consistently put some points into the ability where it gives her shield. Then she can sustain for a very long time, annoying out this Mai Shiranui on top of having good enough wave clear potential to kind of keep this Mai in her lane, because that's ideally how you want to deal with a Mai Shiranui. If you allow her to roam, then it will be very troublesome for WPKL.
And finally, the Ogren sees the light of day because WPKL, they have been banning out the Ogren. So now Selangor will be happy to pick up a hero that they have been waiting for. But WPKL will be happy to pick up the Musashi. To be fair, they banned out the Musashi before this, and now they will use the Musashi for themselves. Also a very solid hero that can engage with the duel to the death, especially whoever who's on the backline that needs to be careful, like maybe like even a Mai or whichever other farm laner, or maybe even the Chano as well, that the Musashi can try to aim down with the duel to the death.
That's right. And when we take a look at, there's just so many of all these potential of engaged tools, right? You can actually have a very aggressive play coming from the Yuhuan, or even have Long. If he sees a very squishy target, he's just gonna go with that infinite fastness, and of course the Musashi as well. But the thing about their draft is that it requires items to activate, including the Musashi. So you gotta ensure that this Ogre does not get that free access into his own territory, or else WPKL, they might actually fall behind once that Musashi does not get what he needs.
Ooh, Selangor, they banned the Mayen. They left the Zhangfei open. So that could still be a pick for WPKL. But instead, WPKL went for the Liu Bang instead. So, okay, so that's interesting, right? Because the Liu Bang can play the Clash, can also play in the Roam. So right now, Selangor, they're still unsure. Like, you have two flex picks on the side of WPKL. Like, there's just so many puzzles to try to figure out. WPKL, looking at the current draft, they can still go for the Zhangfei pick. They move the Yuhuan to the mid, Liu Bang to the Clash lane, and Zhangfei can be theirs.
Yeah, that probably would be the case overall. Meanwhile, I think like this is a very good answer with the Zhangzi. We've seen it banned in the last round, and I think it's for very good reasons because they secure themselves a Fuzi. Okay, now we're talking, because this Fuzi is a very good answer to the Liu Bang, because what he does best is to have tick layer shield. It's okay. The longer the Fuzi stays in the fight, the stronger he gets. But guess who else skills even better? The Gan and Mo on a foul pickup. So I guess I got bamboozled that Yuhuan, he's not going to be staying put into the mid lane. Instead, it is going to be a support Yuhuan. And Gan and Mo traditionally does actually have good win rates up against a Mai Shiranui.
Yep, and Gan and Mo can scale to the late game. The more stacks he gets, the stronger his couple blades will be. So the Gan and Mo, well, if they are allowed to play to the late game, that is, then it's going to be very, very dangerous for Selangor. So looking at the current draft here, Selangor, they have to think on how can we end the game as quickly as possible, ideally below 10 minutes, especially you don't want to deal with the Gan and Mo during the late game. One couple blade onto like a mile or so will be instantly gone.
Maybe it takes two, but even so, like, it is so annoying for you to deal with that Gan and Mo because you gotta hunt him out, and he does have maybe one dash and a knockback. That's kind of about it. But overall, like you said, if you allow him to get any kills, any assists, he's just gonna get stronger and stronger. So, Selangor, like you said, they are playing on a ticking time bomb. Because late game, that Mai Shiranui might not find the impact that they desire.
Ooh, this is going to be a real interesting fight, right? I'm thinking of Selangor and how are they going to execute. Are they going to depend a lot onto the Fuzi with the Sage Mai to start off fights? But then again, I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's big enough for me. At least if you talk about like WPKL, Jir with the duel to the death is able to catch a few targets very, very quickly. It's a good fight starter. Instead of like depending on the Fuzi's Sage Mai, he has to walk in, use his Sage Mai to catch one or maybe two targets. So I would say the fight starter potential, I would give it to WPKL.
I do think so as well, because if we realistically look at it, the only way of execution for Selangor is have that Ogren really barge right in to bait up anybody who wants to commit. And once they do, Leo just needs to show up in time just to kidnap them. Well, not exactly kidnap. That's a rough word, right? But overall, just lock somebody into place, and that will force WPKL to go all in. And once they do, then it is definitely going to be a little harder for the rest of those members of WPKL to bail out of that situation. It's either you take a loss of member or you just going for that full-on fight. Only if WPKL is ahead, they can do so. But what if they are behind? Especially now that Fuzi, he's just going to force Wii U to just sit back in the tower. You can see it from the minimap that there's not much that he can do.
Yeah, so he cannot move forward, can't really farm. He needs his teammates together with him, and here comes BX to just push them away so that he has a little bit of space to farm. But he will be busy clearing off that final wave. No time for him to try to engage and take the blue buff away from the hands of WPKL. But speaking of engagement, looks like they will still go for it. And Selangor very bold move there by QX. He even used his flash to get away. So I'm not sure about that. I thought that that flash could have been kept for a different moment.
Yeah, certainly agree with that. I mean, there's just no fights we can lose or so just yet. So, that being said, my Nui, it's not the biggest deal that she loses it as well, because every few seconds she gets this passive where once you just click on an auto attack, she gets a dash. Every time she clicks on the spell, she gets another dash. It's like, you just gotta layer out some of all these spells so that you can get weave in and out of the fight. So, it's not too bad of a shout when it comes down to ensuring that they have a steady laning phase. And that's the thing, like, instead of having, you know, to always go for all these kind of big plays, sometimes you need to know when exactly to pull back as well.
And now might not be the time to pull back. They have to try to challenge for the Tyrant. Both sides, they're ready at the Tyrant spot. But wait, WW, do you see him now at the top? He does have the Battlefield command to instantly teleport him to his teammates when needed, especially during the Tyrant fight.
Oh, here comes the TP.
Okay, Leo TP to the mid. And at any time, WW can do the same.
Yep, they're just waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, you can see that Hen is actually being brought down very low. 50% on the Tyrant already, and now they look for a strike! And it's still gonna be WPKL that secures it.
WPKL with the Tyrant advantage. Right now, they can
Top.
farm even faster. C5 is waiting at the side, but that's more of like taking care of the lane. At the top, Leo will move away. So, okay, it's more of like just trying to be efficient with his farm. Okay, when it comes to itemization, because CY can heal and sustain his teammates, so WPKL, I guess what they're thinking of right now is that before making engagements is to have anti-healing items. Before they're able to engage, they must get that ready because you don't want to deal with the sustain from CY.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because you want to look to actually cut some of all these healing. Meanwhile, they're looking for a forced maneuver out down the bottom side. Take a look at this. There's also flank in the waiting, and they've read it like a book. They expected that Mai as well to Augur to also join right in, so WPKL was so cautious to know that, oh, this is going to be a big rotation, so let's peel all the way back. It is such a stalemate right now. Both sides sitting on 15k gold. They do actually secure one more cam to, of course, add a little bit more to the list for WPKL. That TP goes back to mid lane, so they will be able to still upkeep with the pressure. Sparkford dagger already completed by the Fuzi. He's gonna have that free control, so that Lubang, who's not currently over onto the top lane of the clash, this is gonna allow Selangor to just claim that tower for free.
Yeah, nice point on the Spark Force Dagger, right? Because he's a Fuzer, he can clear lanes fast, and he's a natural pusher. So WPKL, they have to always keep him in check, because if not, well, I worry of a backstab. But here comes Selangor making an engagement, but the Unending Sorrow is going to save Hen. So right now, both sides will need to reset again. No first blood yet, and we're in our 6th minute.
Yep, we've already got so many of all these big items up online as well. A couple of axes now being purchased from the junglers at the very same time. Meanwhile, look at Jay to also build semi-defensively as well, to have just about enough health bars to work with, because as a Musashi, not only do you block one projectile, you have that capability to, of course, continue to shred, has some really high lifesteal at the very same time. So you want to always be out there dishing out damage, and now it is a potential catch, but it is CY, a little bit slippery. Not the target that they really want to saw after. Meanwhile, while all that's happening, Selangor actually sneak their way into securing themselves an overlord.
And look at the top as well. Leo's sneaking himself into the second tower. And now they will take down the second tower. There's nothing much that WPKL can do about this, because the rest of Selangor, they have arrived. So this is where WPKL will need to be really, really careful. If Leo does it again, they might lose their last tower at the top.
Yeah, and now they don't really need the Futsu to just keep sticking over the top side. They've already broken 2 turrets, so he has his job cut out for him. Perhaps switching over to the bottom side will be a very good play for them to start racking even more. Meanwhile, the rest of them being funneled over on mid lane. WPKL, if they continue on this stance and not force a fight, I'm afraid that the rest of Selangor, they're just coming up with more leads. 15 seconds to the next tyrant. This might just be a potential dive bomb to maybe catch out the junglers. Thought about going for the Azure Golem, but it is a little far too risky. So BX will be able to secure it for free. Well, you want to hold down the line? No problem at all. My now being held over the top side. Perhaps WPKL, they know that this is going to be a tough take on that Tyrant, so they are willing to go in for an exchange of power instead. But here we go, big fight.
Oh, here comes the Tyrant. Who will get it? It's going to be WPKL. After getting the Tyrant, looks like they will continue on the fight, but BX will get that first kill. A big trade-off here. Selangor, though they didn't get the Tyrant, but they still got 2 kills. Not too bad for Selangor.
Not bad at all. They also strike down CY in the process. But by doing so, you saw they were just throwing their bodies on the line. Great call coming from CCS. He hit that perfect flaming palm and then pulled out it with infinite vastness. But still, they have a major problem. This Futsu, out of control. He does not care if you guys go for a fight. He's just there raiding towers.
Oh man, who's going to stop this Futsu, right? Now, I'm trying to think like the level of mobility. WPKL, they might lack that to try to catch the Futsu. That's one. And the best is going to be WW with the Battlefield Command, but then again, Battlefield Command for it to be fully utilized is that you have to have another hero at that position. So I don't know. I feel that this is going to be like a game of tag, right? That WPKL will be trying to tag Leo, but Leo, he's just so fast.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, even if you invest a lot of all these resources on this Futsu, they can also opt to prioritize something else. Meanwhile!
Oh, in the middle, looks like the fight will continue on with Augur soaking in the damage. He does have the blood ray, so he can tag even more than usual. But still, WPKL, that's where they ignore BX until the very end. When it's only BX left, they focus on the BX, they take him down. 4 players of Selangor will fall.
They just knew the right calls. They know that Leo's never going to be around. So the moment that they find an opportunity to catch, they just smothered them. Just like that, WPKL, they secure themselves not only a Tyrant. Now, this is going to be free access to claim that inhibitor. And there's nothing that Selangor can do about it.
And if WPKL, they push all 3 lanes, even if Leo wants to go. But wait a second, 1 couple blade and QX immediately falls. Now we're talking about the late game Guardian mode, ladies and gentlemen, and here comes Jay as well. Although he gave himself away, but they still managed to take down Leo. But now the fight continues on with Selangor pushing WPKL back. But the fact that BX went down, no other tag frontliners. The next best one is probably going to be only CY, but with only the channel with him, it's not going to be enough for Selangor to fight back.
Wow, such a smart play, and that damage so overwhelming as well. You mentioned Fries, he's already stacked so much of all these damage output that couple blade just absolutely blew up the Mai Shiranui. It's supposed to be the other way around, right? Because this Mai Shiranui, we gotta talk about the impact of this pick, because overall, she's kind of that second initiator or first line of contact as well to go in for those big flanks, but I don't think that there was ever a point in this game that he has been able to get those kind of opening picks for the side of Selangor to actually benefit. As a matter of fact, WPKL, the reason why they played so long was because they wanted that 3-item power spike. And once everybody is locked and loaded, you see the power in that AoE team fight.
Ooh, it's starting to get harder and harder for Selangor now that they have lost all their towers. No space for Leo to do what he does best, which is the split push, so he might need to play with his team after this, because they will be banking on his Sage Might to try to catch an important target from WPKL. And now with the fact that WPKL, they managed to get the Overlord, it's just a matter of time before they are able to push in again on the Selangor.
And it is problematic, right? Because there's no towers left for Selangor to defend. And with the Overlord now secured, those Vanguards is going to be a pesky problem. WPKL right now looking for certain avenues. This has to be the best defense that Selangor has to put out. Upside wave, clear it out. Midside about to breach in anytime soon. They're trying to escort the first couple of these Vanguards over on the course of the bottom wave. So it's a 4-1 set it. Gonna be waiting for the right moment to call. Will could always come in with a battlefield command. He's just gonna hold back for the meantime while they escort the big one. Good chunk of damage being dealt, but the rest of Selangor goes in back in the fountain, gets a little reset, and this is currently that do or die situation. Is WPKL gonna commit to this? Seems like they are baiting them into a trap.
Oh, they can, and here comes the Infinite Bastards, and they managed to bait out the members of Selangor. Now the re-engagement will happen, but Selangor they fight back though with BS getting a kill onto Jer. Jer, a big engager down. Give that BX a double kill, but right after he goes down as well. Now both sides will reset because WPKL, they have the minions in, but they don't have the manpower to continue.
They did not stack the waves perfectly, which is why Selangor, they can do both at once. They overstepped the line all the way into the core of the crystal. And just because of that, they received those extra damage because of the armor shred. And now Selangor, they get the fresh breath of air. They secure themselves a tyrant at the very same time. And eventually, we might even see the Tempest come up online. Both sides are showing everything that they've got. And look at that. Because of that turnaround, that goal lead that was close to 10K have now moved to only 4,000.
Yes, it just shows how tight this fight is. Okay, I noticed that Me Too, he brought the Sun Chaser, so he's going to be able to stay slightly further away from fights when you turn on the Sun Chaser. And that means that the Ogre, played by BX, will play an even bigger role as a frontliner to make sure that Me Too has that space to dish out continuous damage. But speaking about damage, that's Me Too getting a kill.
That was the catch that I was talking about. Perfect spot coming in for the mine, sniffing them out of the bush, and instantly reacted, coming out with the ultimate. But that ultimate's gonna be down though. There's going to be a defensive maneuver from the side of WPKL. All they needed to do was clear that wave. They know that there's not much else. 30 seconds up for the next Shadow Overlord. We saw what Selangor could actually pull off. Perhaps this may not be the best of value if they were to really go toe-to-toe, because Selangor, they cannot afford to lose a fight. If they can catch out that Ganemo or even CCS, that will be the only way out for them in this match.
Ooh, it's going to be kind of hard, right? Because CCS, he does have the infinite vastness. If they want to put focus onto him, then he can still fly away. But there's a way though. Sage Might can lock CCS in even though he's on the infinite vastness, or even though if he used the infinite vastness, he can still fly, but he will still be around the Sage Might. That's one. Okay, but keep an eye on the farm lane contra.
Yeah, they're pushing over the farm lane, and then they're holding him back. But instead, battlefield command back over the top side.
Oh, here comes the fight. Straight up in the middle, in the jungle of the Selangor side. But WPKL, they will lose CCS. Jay is back on again. But do they have the manpower to fight back? Because right now, Me Too comes in with a double kill onto Wayne WW as well. WPKL, now they almost don't have a response to the late game channel.
And take a look at this. This is going to be a score of that Vanguard down over bottom, so that Musashi, who's still being kept alive, will be able to clear it. Right now, the opening is going to be over a mid lane. The rest of Selangor should have actually funneled forward bottom side because it's looking rather brittle, but instead, they took this opportunity to take multiple objectives at the very same time, because the rest of the PKL, they got their hands tied, and overall BX have been able to keep the game alive for them for so long. Can he seal the deal? Because right now the ball is back on the court of Selangor with the goal lead swinging back in their favor, and at this point perhaps all the goal don't matter anymore. Everyone's level 15 and they're only looking for that full build. And on that executing front, who's gonna lead the charge? Because every time they fight, it was always WPKL that initiate, and they're the ones to take the loss.
We are at 17 minutes now, coming to 18 minutes. One mistake from anyone, from any side, will be devastating. And with the Tyrant coming in about 5 more seconds, it looks like Selangor, they're ready to lock in the Tyrant for themselves. And we'll give them a decent amount of buff for them to face their next potential fights. They're heading towards that. So this time WPKL, they have to challenge for the Tyrant.
They have no other option right now. They are looking for an instant breach. They're sending the U1 hen to actually check, but they are too little too late. They absolutely identified that. So it's all about Wii right now, because he has been able to match up with the split pushes, keeping this Futsu very busy. Last couple of all these instances, he actually took a key measure in order to join the fight than to actually go for a split push. Perhaps if he actually went for a split, he might have been able to end the game. There is that potential, but he also understood that they lost that Shadow Overlord. And by doing so, that kind of alleviates a little bit of that pressure. So Selangor understands we don't exactly need to manage that. We have that big Vanguard in order to really guard it. And now, down to this pivotal moment. 1 minute left before we see our first ever Tempest online.
Wait, and Dio, he's trying to find that opportunity to do that split push, right? He's just showing himself to WPKL just to tell them that, hey, you know what? I'm up here. Dare you to chase me. And if WPKL, they fall for that, they chase him, the rest of Selangor, they can push on the other side. And now we are 30 more seconds away from the Tempest. Oh man. Contra, this is going to be our first Tempest in this tournament series.
Yes, indeed. And you take a look at this. The Futsu, he's not looking for a split push. He's also joining the foray. Meaning to say that if it goes down to a fight, we might see a disjointed one coming from WPKL if they ever consider going for the Tempest. And right now, because they did take down all the inhibitor, there are those super minion waves that will continuously crash in. Maybe WPKL say, we can actually let this one go. Instead, they're looking for a challenge. They're on the hunt right now. This might be a big catch. The Yuhuan spots him out.
Oh, gotta be careful there. He soaks in a bit of damage, but here comes the Fusa from behind. All alone, goes in on the Jay. Jay's being caught right now. Jay still has his own, but he's not able to engage it just yet. And instead, it's going to be Leo taking that way WW. And here comes the re-engagement from CCS, but he will be without his teammates. Even Price went down. No big burst damage dealer from their side. WPKL, now only Jay and CCS with the final defense. And Selangor, they are looking to close this game up with that 1 million inside. But then again, no, wait a second, no minions. Jay is back on again. Selangor, they cannot end just yet, but they might be able to right now with that last minion coming in. Selangor! What a long game! And they stood tall to be the next grand finalist.
That was the most epic comeback that we've ever gotten to witness here in the ACS Edu Tour Season 4. Selangor finally are your grand finalists. My goodness gracious, this has been the most back and forth battle we see them being tied out neck and neck. The battles were always so close, but you saw the last couple of fights, they were all outrushingly won out in the favor of Selangor whenever they go for those duels, which is why it was rather risky. In that last team fight, you saw that Fusa's catch. It was golden because it baited out that Liu Bao to come right in to dive towards his corner, and he does call the entire cavalry to back him up. And just like that, they all crumble while trying to even funnel their way into the Tempest. They never needed the Tempest to begin with, as Selangor paves their path. And that was such a nail-biting end, because you mentioned there was barely the minions. They throw their bodies in order to tank the damage because they know this was the only shot that they had.
And look at this, right? Even the game system awards all of them with a minimum of A above. Everybody did the work here in this round. It could have gone anywhere, right? It could have gone Selangor, it could have gone WPKL until the very end, but it was pretty much decided by the Tempest. When Selangor got the Tempest, it was very, very difficult for WPKL to defend. But I must say as well, Leo, for me, he did a good job there at the very last fight, where he was the one that went all the way behind, used his Sage Might onto Jay, not allowing Jay to use his duel to the depth at all. And while he was caught within the Sage Might, they took away WW, and then they tried to take out Jay. But by that time, Jay was not in the best position. He had to back off, and the rest was history.
Yeah, and I think like when we look into the draft, I kind of see why WPKL kind of struggled for a little bit, because there is one designated tank, which is Wade, right? And most often than not, he is the one doing all the split push. So when they call for the engagement, the rest of the teammates will take a fair share amount of damage, and that leaves them very brittle before he actually ports in with his battlefield command. Whereas they actually needed him in majority of these team fights to start things off in order to have sustainable health bars. And I think like that is one fair share of a problem that this composition that was run by WPKL. On top of that, dealing with a Fuzi was so difficult. But for what it's worth, a almost 20 over minute game that was all sealed by Selangor played out so perfectly. That call for a fight, the bait, the trap that was set around that Tempest was that golden call from Selangor to take the W.
Well, let's see which MVP took the W in this round, ladies and gentlemen. Could be anyone, and it's given to Me Too, who played the Chano earlier with a KD of 716, damage taken of only 12%, but a damage down of 30%. And the moment he bought the Sun Chaser, it kind of occurred to me that, oh, okay, he's ready to fight because he can keep a long distance. If not, he can chase down heroes. I mean, even Chano, naturally, he moves fast, right? So if you turn on the Sun Chaser, there's almost nobody that can run away from the Chano.
I absolutely agree with that. I mean, overall, it was a Chano. It was also the Ogren that you saw. There was that critical moment when they were trying to defend on that base, and upon arrival, the Ogren had the Stereo State online to immediately shut down two key players out of WPKL. And Me Too overall had a lot of that free space created, all thanks to their front line. And that was how it played out massively towards the late game. Wow. That was only the semifinals, Sir Cloud. We still have the grand finals. We gotta, of course, give Selangor a little bit longer break because they had such an exhilarating, tiring run. But, of course, when we do come back from the break, we bring you the best of 5 grand finals here in the ACS Edu Tour Season 4.
Maggi Curry. Puasnya tiada ganti.
Fresh and natural, aromanya special. Cita rasa yang unggul, yeah. Panas atau ice cold, VICO, VICO, yeah. VICO, VICO, yeah. VICO, VICO. Lebih cold, ronda gula kita minum ayo.
Welcome back once again to the ACS Edu Tour as we bring you the In-Season Cup. Of course, proudly presented to you by our dear partners, our official instant noodle partners, Maggi Hot Cup, official smartphone partners, ZTE, Nubia, and of course, we got the tasty official chocolate malt drink, Vico, that you guys can, of course, enjoy throughout the show. On top of that, we also got to thank our official game recharge partners, 1-1, official telco partners, Tune Talk, and of course, all this organized by Quick Malaysia and supported by Malaysia Esports Federation and also Impact Integrated ESI. And here we are in the very final series that we've got for the weekend. It is the grand finals as Selangor stamped Denmark in that previous semifinals to now challenge Pulau Pinang to see who will be victorious here in a best of 5.
Yep, best of 5 series. So bare minimum, we will be seeing 3 games. But of course, it can go up to 5 games. And can you imagine if it goes up to 5 games, the amount of heroes that these teams can not use by then? It's a lot. You guys can do the math. But finals best of 5 before we find out who will be the champion of the In-Season Cup and take home the maximum piece of the prize pool of 5,000 ringgit.
That's right. And so far throughout the run in the group stages as well as the semifinals, Pulau Pinang have remained to be undefeated on a streak. Meanwhile, Selangor, they really went in for a hot-fought battle up against Wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur in order to back home that victory to turn the odds around. They took game 1, WPKL finds themselves game 2, and Selangor fights back. This time around, I think that it might just be the clean sheet to be broken from the side of Pulau Pinang, judging for the fact that Selangor, they've been able to hold their ground so well. So overall, I'm just hoping to see at least 4 games to be played out.
Yep, it's definitely going to be a tight one after watching these two teams playing in the semifinals for sure. But whatever it is, we're going to start off with game number 1, and we're still not going to see Yang Jan today, and it is the hot band for today, together with Agudo and Pei and the Mai as well. But quickly, Selangor, they lock in the early together with the Ogre that BX played in the previous round, able to tank a lot of damage and allowing them to win the fight against Wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur. But Penang, they also brought in the Yu Huan, but they might lock in the Lady Zhen. So immediately we know that this Yu Huan is going to be a support Yu Huan, but maybe not.
Yeah, and they're just trying to, of course, bait them out a little bit right now by just securing themselves a Dharma. But to also answer back for the moment you have the Zhuangzi giving a little bit more of that sustain as well as the kind of CC immunity, so that if Penang tries to at least formulate a certain response, like maybe stack a couple of all these hard crowd control, that will absolutely be denied. So they're going to have to weigh in their options moving into the second phase of draft. They did hover onto that Lady Zhen, which is why they banned it away. But is that really the case, though? Because it could still very well be the Yu Huan in the mid lane. Instead, they're going to double down. Penang looks to take out a Yi Sing. So what realistic options are there left over the mid lane? We have to find out later on, because there's still one more ban on the table for each side.
And this is the same draft so far with Selangor, right? When they played the Fuzi. So I don't know. Is Penang interested to ban the Fuzi? If they saw the last game, they might want to consider that. But no, they're going to take out the Charlotte instead. Maybe they know how to deal with the Fuzi, which is absolutely fine, right? But now the Fuzi is open. If Selangor wants to repeat that one, perhaps they can do that, because as of now, Penang, they don't really have something that can really chase down the Fuzi. But if they want to switch it to Guan Yu, which is a very safe pick, why not as well?
Yeah, I actually think that the Guan Yu is a better pick to go up against the Dharma, because you think about it, if you want to be a Fuzi, you gotta consistently auto attack. Meanwhile, you got all these kind of like strikes coming in from the side of Dharma that can actually wither them faster. So I don't think that the Fuzi can actually work too well. So Guan Yu will be locked in. Meanwhile, we absolutely forgot that Luna was not being banned out in this matchup, and therefore they will be able to now pick up both Dolia as well as the Luna at the very same time. Imagine this, double Truth Mantra, or even better, the Nidza can actually go in for some crazy plays from across the map with his ultimate, and one look to do it once again if you get that refresh on that Dolia. But I gotta think that maybe that Dolia might not be the best pick here. Maybe they could use another front line for them to have more layers in their battle.
Ooh. It's gonna be interesting if they lock in the Nidza, and they will. Okay.
Wow.
Jungle Nidza. Now, Penang's draft, they don't really have like this big beefy hero that can engage, right? Yeah, the Nidza, you can say that, yeah, he can like just chase down somebody or can even start the fight behind, but he's not the tankiest of heroes. That's the only thing here. So there's a little bit of a risk here for Penang's draft, is that they might find it hard to engage in a fight. Whereas if we look at Selangor's draft, you can still put the Ogren as a frontliner to soak in all the damage, and then you have the Guan Yu with the heroic charge that can disposition the players of Penang. So I see a little bit more engagement potential by Selangor.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm looking at no smite coming from Penang. I'm not too sure if this is a final lock-in right there, because that Nidza, will he be able to clear without that smite? Oh, I'm not too sure if that's a mistake though. So we gotta double confirm that later on if he actually wants to run the execute instead, because it is rather risky. But if he can't snowball with the Nidza, maybe it works out. Maybe the Nidza does have just about enough of a clear speed in the jungle to do so. I mean, we'll have to find out, because objective control will be very, very crucial for these teams to secure. And if they don't have that, I think it's going to be very risky for them to call for maybe some of all these battles to actually take shape. So we'll have to see as we dive into our very first game in this best of 5 in global pick ban format. This is your grand final list. Both Penang and Selangor are looking to sit on the throne.
Okay, in case you're worried about the no smite, don't worry, they got it. They got it, right? So Clove with the smite. Okay, so no worries now.
Almost pulled off a team secret, maybe.
Oh, yep. Let's not do that, okay? Let's not do that. it'll be a very interesting game, so to speak, if they did that. But okay, no worries. So the fans of Penang, don't worry, they got it. Now, interesting enough that QX actually went for the Intimidate. So that is an interesting pick here. So I kind of see that Selangor's draft, the fact that they have an Intimidate, they might be thinking of like, okay, we want to try to run down the tower as early as possible because they can also clear off the waves quickly, especially with the Hano. So, and also, yeah, let's not forget about CY who can sustain the entire team. So if you kind of think about it, right, if they start to gather, like for example, in the middle, they start to run it down, they don't need to go back as often because you have the heal potential from CY.
Yeah, you can also form this kind of for protect the President calm in a sense because Hano as well as Yuhuan, they kind of don't interact with each other that much. Every time that he tries to go for a book, Vito will have the shield, and if you lower down the Hano low enough on the side of QX, he's just gonna go in for the rewind to also recover his health bar. So it is counterintuitive, which is why I think that this is kind of like late game insurance as well when you have that Zhuangzi to also keep them up sustaining. So more often than not, I think the biggest playmaker in this matchup definitely has to be the clash leaders, right? Because it's boiling down to whether if the Guan Yu or the Dharma to be able to find big setups in those team fights. So for now, it's just gonna be a little bit of jostle control. XY naturally does get slightly more priority in the lane, but we'll see whether or not if that changes because potentially Neza wants to play very aggressive, especially in the early span of the match.
And both Clash laners are pretty similar in terms of how a natural like Guan Yu and also Dharma will play, right? It's like they both want to try to find the back line. So as long as these two Clash laners can keep each other in check, then there will be a balance in the force by then. But if any one of them lets go of the ball, like they don't keep each other in check, then that one person who has that thought in their mind is like, okay, I'm not being checked now. There's some space for me to find the back line. That team would have a big advantage.
Oh yeah, I certainly think so as well. Overall, I just really love the drafts. Meanwhile, you know, we've been seeing so many Yuhuan picks. I just want to ask you this question. Oh, meanwhile, attempt on the invade. Okay, back to the question. Do you think of all mid laners, should they actually start off with Yuhuan bans? Because I felt like that has brought so much value for a team like Penang, a team like WPKL. Selangor doesn't seem like they're concerned about that because overall, they just lock in this Hano as a countermeasure, and this will never be picked again in this best of 5.
You know, that decision is like choosing a girlfriend, right? It's like if you pick one, you can't pick the other. So if you ban one hero, you can't ban another, and that's left open for your opponent. It's a tough call, right? Like you have to only choose one at the end of the day.
Yeah, and at the very least, like, they've been able to manage with the outcome of the draft. Meanwhile, Battle for the Tyrant already taking shape, dropping down very, very low as they look to commit.
Oh, and here comes, looks like Penang will lock in the Tyrant. Selangor are going to go for it. They have Glow to deal with though at the backline, and Glow is now left for dry. But at least Penang, they traded off back with Leo going down. But the fight will still continue on, it seems. And here comes XY with enough damage output to get a double kill. Potentially another kill for the side of Penang. But the two players of Selangor, they will survive for now.
Wow.
Oh, wait.
What?
What? Go! You're supposed to turn back. But he says, you thought I went back home. No.
Wow, what a read by Go. He was making some massive plays. Now, I want to break down that team fight. They immediately secured the Tyrant, and what they did, they split into half, right? So they have that Guan Yu looking for a flank. The flank was actually stopped by Go, and he had like Vito or one other member to also going for the exchange. They took down the Guan Yu very quickly, and they reconvened, and just like that, 4 kills on top of what they've been able to acquire the Tyrant as well. This is just gonna accumulate plenty of wealth to kickstart the run. Flo was so monumental by doing so.
Man, and this Nerza pick is starting to show its value very, very early on. Is hyper-focused onto securing the Tyrant, which was great. And the one that actually split out or actually zoned out the members of Selangor is Gorge. So I'm liking the coordination by Penang right now. They know their game plan, even though like, okay, Nerza might not be the most meta sort of hero, but they know how to make it work.
Yeah, and if he actually snowballs like how a pay usually would in the early game, then all these tanky units coming from Selangor might not matter much in the early span of match. So now they gotta double down as much as they could, which is why they are having 4-man stack up top. They will secure another tower in the back, and Penang, they are just in this firm hole for the meantime.
And now they will switch their attention towards the middle. Now, whichever team that gets the first mid tower will have easier access into the jungle on the other side. So that's why Penang, they really want to take down this mid tower. But I'm keeping my eye on to Leo as well. He is behind all these players from Penang. So with that kind of position, he can actually come in with the Razor Cavalry anytime. But now he's being sniffed out by the members of Penang, and he will be back on his own side.
And it should be all too problematic for Dido to really get out of that situation. Same goes to Fung as well, as they look to also reconvene back over the mid lane. I think that Selangor looks a little bit disjointed. You can't really blame them after having such a long 20-minute game that things might be a little bit off when it comes down to communication. Meanwhile, top side though, here comes the dive.
CY, okay, CC immune, alright, a bit of heal. Pops the heal, and he is alright for now. At least for Penang, they're not overly committed onto CY because he is a support only anyway, so you don't want to overly dive just for him.
True enough, and that Nerza, I saw that he actually uses that Universe Ring Skyfall onto Arlie, but she's been able to actually dance it off. That was actually a very good play from Me2 to actually juke and bait out the ultimate. So just by doing so, at least they are avoiding that kind of threat. So they are still looking to ensure that Me2 skills up ahead. They're already working on a very early Overlord, as we're looking at a very practical attempt coming out of the side of BX, and now they look for a fight.
Okay, but before that, the tower went down. Now, without the tower, looks like there will be even more access at the bottom. But in the middle, the fight will continue on with both sides pulling back the handbrake. And they will chill for now, but the one that's not really chill is Gorge. He's still zoning out the players of Selangor, opening up the space for Penang to lock in the Tyrant.
Yeah, and overall, I think it's a really good aggressive play coming from the side of Penang, where it's like, okay, you've been able to take that Overlord, that's fine, because we're gonna force your hand, burn some of your elements, and eventually look to get a free Tyrant in that exchange. So pretty much equal balance in the form of the exchange. Meanwhile, BX has been able to at least secure himself that camp. That won't be easily stolen away. But the Azure Golem is now online, and they're currently contesting for it.
Hey, but look at the backline. Looks like QX, lucky enough for him. Me2 managed to step away as well, but the fight will continue on by Penang. Now Blazing K will be won by BX, but the moment he bought that, he went down. Now without BX, the main key frontliner for Selangor, Penang can continue to push in the middle.
Yeah, and it's just such a very aggressive stance that they're taking right now. Klo just dives for the forward, just knowing that he is going to be backed by Fung as well as Dido, and he just keeps his health bar so replenished every single moment. So he can just afford to just go in for these kind of dives and walk out unscathed. Next Overlord already up online. Same goes to the Tyrant. And we'll see if Selangor wants to make another attempt on either side. They are already getting another priority over on the Overlord. They're willing to give away those Tyrants. So more gold for the side of Penang. Meanwhile, they're just looking for the kind of pushing power so that they can still stall out the game, because the objective here is to get Arlie on that full stack. Meanwhile, Penang is just growing stronger than ever.
Yeah, and they will trade off with the Tyrant at the bottom, so letting go of the Overlord is not a problem for them. 5-1 now, and the goal difference is about 5k, so that's a pretty decent gap between the two. So now with the Blood Rage, that will allow him to tank even more. So he will be a key engager with the Universe Ring Skyfall. At any point of time, he can go in, but now BX seems to be in trouble. BX will fall! Key tank out! And now Selangor, they will continue on the fight, but Leo! As much as he wanted to take down the backline, but he himself went down too. Looks like Selangor, they will lose. Even another player, QX went down. Triple kill will be given to XY. And Selangor, they have to continue being on the defensive side.
My Penang, they just have no brakes, just all gas, full pedal to just continue on the hunt. BX, I wasn't too sure whether if that was the right play because he had pretty much the state where he could just cross over the wall once again. He thought that it was a good time to initiate, but he initiated all alone, and that was problematic because Selangor members, they were nowhere close by during that span of the moment. Look at how tanky they are. They are just sustaining, standing right behind that tower, and they just take it down in the breeze. Nothing too much that Selangor can do about it so far. Nang are looking poised to just take this game one at this current rate that they're playing on.
Ooh, okay, so Blood Rage completed by BX. Full tank built by him, including the Blazing Cape. In fact, we have 3 Blazing Capes, including QX as well. Interesting. I thought it would have been better. Wait. Oh, we have Venomous Staff and Blazing Cape on the QX. He's going to double down onto it. All right.
That's why I was mentioning, because like you could turn that Hano into a tank Hano. And this is essentially that protect the person in calm, which is why that they prioritize that Overlord instead, so that it's all down to this Arlie to be that late game monster. So, which is why that call was very weird, right? Because Arlie was not in the fight. He called for the fight, but they're not playing around the Arlie.
That means right now, Selangor, they're banking 200% onto the Arlie to dish out the damage. And if the Arlie falls, that's it.
Yeah. And take a look at the current goal lead, 2,000 ahead for the channel. I would still say the channel will have a little bit more of that power, but he has to deal with 4 tanks. That's the only reprieve, so they just gotta ensure that this Arlie is always kept alive at all costs, speaking of which, they're on a trade.
And here comes all the way to the back line. It's going to be close. He pops the Blood Rage. That will sustain him even further, allowing him to survive. But from the side, Leo shows up. Leo pushes. But then again, they still not able to get the kill on the claw. That is how tanky he is right now, especially with the teammates showing up, pushing back the members of Selangor.
And Me Too falters in the worst of moment. They retaliated. And that's the thing about this Nita. He can once again look to recommit. Now they lost themselves an inhibitor, and Go, he's doubling down on even more offensive item. This isn't just a pure tank Dharma, he's going on the offense. And now, Overlord up for grabs for Penang. Now, they get to have a say on when to push.
Like what you said early on, Contra, right? The moment we see Me Too out, that's it. Selangor cannot fight back because they don't have any other damage dealers. Yeah, even like QX, because he went for a tank build, so he's not able to dish out the damage, the burst damage, so they are dependent on the continuous damage of Me Too. But because in that earlier fight, Me Too was the first one to fall, and Penang knows their main target right now. They will continue to target Me Too.
Yeah, that's the thing, like, they will just jump right in. You saw Chloe was just willing to just throw his body on the line, tanking so much damage, and even with Go's recommitment, or should I say Leo, I was hung up over on the Go because like Go have been able to just go in, truth mantra their way, just slamming whatever front line that was diving over the front. So XY have always had that sure amount of safety net that Selangor, they don't exactly have the kind of cohesiveness to execute on that plan as well. So I think that it's better for them to kind of start building on the offense because they got just about enough tanks on their side already.
Oh, but QX went for the Omnious Premonition, so he's still on the full tank build sort of routes. I don't know about this, man. I felt that they could use the burst damage from the Halo because they already have the Aura that can be the tank, Leo as well.
Oh,
but
right.
that means that Penang, they can go all in. But before that, objective gameplay, take down the tower first. And now look for their next target. Leo might go down as well. And Godlike will be given the XY. Chloe gives himself away just to zone out the members of Selangor. But Selangor now, they fight back. But look at the level of sustain by Penang, allowing XY to deal the damage, bringing the double kill to the team.
They just don't have enough to really shred out those members. They just take down Chloe, but it's still problematic because there's still another Vanguard marching over the top side. But B2 is still alive. Can he actually hold it down the fort? The waves crashing from all directions, and this is goal time for Penang.
Only 2 more to go for Penang. And look at the Selangor, they're doing all they can. Me Too went all the way to the back line, but still not enough as Penang will lock in game number 1.
Wow, what a fight that was towards the very end. And you saw the sheer confidence coming from Pulau Pinang to just call for fights after fights after fights because they know, hey, there's no threat because the only damage dealer is the Arlie. And you saw they were just tickling down the health bars. The Omnis Premonition definitely helps negate a little bit more of that output coming from Channel by just slowing that attack speed. But it didn't really matter because Nerdza dishes a whole lot more. And you saw how difficult it was for them to just take out that Nerdza alone. And that was not enough for Slang.
Okay, this is where we break down the itemization, right? For QX, he went full tank build. Omnis Premonition, Blazing Cape, Venomous Staff. I get the idea, right? We have seen Hano tanks before, which is fine. But that means they need to trade off damage output. So you have the, let's see here, the Ogram went for a tank build and also Leo went for a tank. So you have 3 tanks. And then you have CY with full sustain as well, even with Omnis Premonition on the side. But, oh man, okay. What I'm thinking is that they don't have enough burst damage. You have the continuous damage from Me Too, but you don't have the burst damage to really to just really deal the pain across, right? Because on Penang's side, they have 2 healers. So continuous damage can be contra back with the 2 healers.
Absolutely. And this is the kind of ideation that on paper, it seems great for Selangor, but until late game where, you know, when everybody gets the item spike and it does not help that Penang, they got all of the Tyrants in this matchup alone. So I just felt like in terms of item difference, Penang will still overpower Selangor in that sense because it takes time. Yeah, you could argue that, hey, Selangor has been able to hold just fine for majority of the case, but once you don't really have a secondary carry, it becomes so problematic. And I think like the other problem was also Leo on his positioning on this Guan Yu, because I was hoping to see those big Razor Cavalry into the back line to hunt out that channel. The problem here is that not sure you want to play defensively for that Arlie, but you also need to take out XY. And I think like XY, he was uncontested for majority of this game.
Well, he could be the MVP because we're gonna check that one out next, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, true enough, Mr. MVP XY, multiple MVPs so far on our broadcast. This time with a KDA of 703, did not fall even once. But for him to come out with the damage output and also a godlike gameplay towards the end was also thanks to his teammates like the Nerdza, who just went all the way for the back line, just zoning them off. And he had like 3 hits all the way when it comes to a team fight. So good job to XY coming up with the scalability towards the end, that dealing the damage output, and hence he is the MVP.
Yeah, I definitely think that overall he has really shown up to be the best marksman of this tournament, unless proven otherwise by these members of Selangor. I mean, from their gameplay, I think that the Arlie that was played out last round looks pretty fantastic in the early phases, but towards the late game, it was just overwhelming. There's just not really a point in where they could really have that avenue to really go in for that deep dive, because who's gonna start off the fight? You kind of want it to be the Guan Yu, but they've always sent out the Ogren. Doesn't really get the catch because they're so mobile. You saw every one of these members of Penang. They have the Yuhuan to not only give shield, but some movement speed at the very same time. And overall, everyone's got maybe a kit of a dash installed towards them. So it was so difficult to even get that access without soaking the brunt of the damage because nobody gets to reach that channel. And we saw a few attempts from Leo. I felt like it was kind of like a botch attempt because he comes in for a flank. It was not the right call.
Well, let's see if they can make better calls here in game number 2 because we will be heading into the draft after this, ladies and gentlemen. So here comes the draft. Of course, it's only game number 2, so there are a lot of heroes that are still open, like the Pei, we have not seen it yet. The Arlie can still be picked up by Selangor, by Penang, that is, because Selangor, they picked the Arlie earlier, but they choose to ban the Long, which I think is an okay ban as well, because you don't want to deal with the Flaming Palm at the late game.
Yeah, true enough. And looking into the stances of what Penang has picked up maybe in the past as well, something like the Pei definitely is in consideration. So if they don't actually ban it out, Selangor got a couple of choices now. They can open Luna for themselves if they want to. But they also run the risk that, hey, maybe Penang's going to go for something like a Mankey that is going to be relatively tanky. They've respected the Agudo coming in from Selangor as well. They consistently ban that away. So what's going to be the big option here? So they are just dwindling down on the marksman pool. So maybe the first pick for Selangor will be to set the priority onto something like a Direnje, or who knows, even a Lady Sun could also be another decent option. Instead, they saw, hey, we've opened up the Pei, so why not grab it while it lasts?
Yep. Very likely they're going to lock this one in. Pei is a good pick though, and that will allow them to play aggressively at the very beginning. But of course, the Pei will need his teammates to follow him into the jungle of Penang. That will be an option for them. So Penang, they need to think about like, okay, what if the Pei plays aggressive? So they need somebody who can like block the jungle entrance at the very beginning. So Penang, they might think of picking a tank support to do that later on.
Yeah, and take a look at this very interesting variation. You got the Mayin, you got the Nua, so you can just basically have that Mayin lock one target out and then send in the annihilation if the job was not done. But to also have a countermeasure to that, I think it's a good call to go for a Sun Tzu that is very beefy. But if you want to go toe-to-toe and see a skill matchup, Charlotte is gonna skill check go on the Clash lane. So is this gonna be the double down? There was also gonna be the Zhang Fei that is being picked up. So I'm liking where this is going for side of Selangor. But this kind of goes into a wasted state because Penang, they are now put in this pressure situation. Okay, they will get themselves a Mankey, something that I do think is going to work out because they have decent sustain right now. They just really have to just be the front line of defense. Penang has the priority on picking their marksmen. So they can now choose, okay, you guys have banned a couple of marksmen. Let's make the pool thinner and we'll see how deep do we go in the second phase. But instead, they say, you know what? We haven't banned the mid laner, so we got a new one already. We just want an easy ride for Dido to just get those big snipe going on.
Yeah, and the Yixing is a good ban as well from Penang because it's a good combo with the Zhang Fei, a Bridal Outburst, push, Will is my board, locking in people. So I think that is a good ban there, a good call there by Penang. So we're going to see the Flowborn Marksman being banned out by Selangor. Interesting, not a type of hero that you would always see being banned out. But then again, that means that you have other options as well. Like the Lady Sun, we have not seen it yet today that Penang could probably pull off.
Wow, they're really digging very deep into the list because if you'll notice, every single game that Penang plays, the MVP has been XY, which is also the reason why they are just trying to take out the pull. Just take out the Lady Sun. Why not? Like, make life difficult for everybody out there. And me too will probably just say, I'll take whatever's left. You know, like, why not? Just play around some other carry. Instead, they take out Lempo so that there's no more secondary support tank available for the rest of Penang. So, what is gonna be the call here? It has to be a marksman pick right now. If they don't, then it is gonna be a little bit harsher. So, let's dive into the pool real quick. There's Fung, I think this is good. Okay. So, Lady Sun is typically picked up when there's not many of these options available. DRJ is not too bad as well, but I think Lady Sun is definitely better.
Yeah, so you have the Lady Sun, and since Penang has the Menki as a tank frontliner, they can choose a babysitting sort of support. So the Lady Sun can be combo with the Ming. So we might see the Ming being picked up because now Selangor, they won't be picking their support for sure. So the Ming will be left open. Easy pickup for Penang.
Wow, this is wild. You take a look at Selangor and their team fight potential. It's just telling you heavy bursts all around. They haven't picked the Yuan. They can pick the Yuan right now to also be the kind of sustain in this team fight. So I'm kind of liking where this is going. And whenever Penang picks up the Nua, usually that's being comboed by Mozu as well. So this is something that I have had lingering around my mind, and I think this is a very safe pick. And at the very same time, it's all about making sure that Marco has a little bit of a tougher round in the early smash phase, but instead they could reconsider and think that a secure will be quite potent if they land those mulberry power.
Yeah, and the mulberry power, of course, it depends on timing, right? Because the Marco Polo might keep the Purify. If it's at the right timing, he could cancel the Fervor Barrage. So it really depends there. But yes, if it's not that case, right, at least with the mulberry power, he can also engage in a fight. So you have two fight starters here for Penang. The Dream Roam and the mulberry power as well. So I can see at least they have like a secondary option, which is always great to not always only depend on one hero to make the plays. So I would see that, although, yeah, Penang, they have these two options, right? But actually, if you kind of think about it, on Selangor side, they're not too bad too, because they have Zhang Fei with the Unbridled Outburst that can counter engage as well when they start a fight.
Yeah, and you ideally just want that Marco Polo to be the last person to end the fray when everyone's lowered down, or maybe make some really surprising attempt to really zone out somebody out there. So options are plenty, which I think that the secure consideration is quite golden, right? Because if he went in for that Mozu, if he burns out the box, then there's just no other option to stop this Marco Polo. So great adjustment that we've seen here. The draft has been set as we dive right into game 2.
At the end of the day, it's truly down to execution of who can have the better execution. Of course, Selangor, they have their advantages, right? Like you have to pay a very fast-paced hero that can just dive in onto the back line and also chase down the members of Penang. So that could be the case as well for them. But they need to be able to pull off a good counter engage, considering that Penang has two big engagers. So that means C1 will play a very important role in actually doing that.
True enough. CY so far just had quite an amount of stellar runs, especially in that semi-finals. I mean, he's been pretty pivotal in all of these kind of support that he picks up. So, more often than not, you do see him really willing to put his body on the line just to ensure that he gets leads back to the team. Of course, as a Zhang Fei, you want to continuously do that. We're already seeing a couple of roam coming from Penang to have a little bit more priority over on the bottom lane to have an efficient time for the Lady Sun. Now, what's really interesting to note is that they're going for all these aggressive exchanges over the bot lane instead of focusing on the farm. Meanwhile, the Charlotte is actually giving a good push towards Go, because early level Mayin, not exactly the best to go in for a fight.
Oh, but it could be the best for them to try to go in onto QX. Now with the Dream Roam, Annihilation onto the back. QX, last tick of help, and here comes the mulberry power from the side. Just as he thought he would have been able to escape, but the answer is no from Penang. But Selangor, they're trying to look for an opportunity to trade it back off. But Penang, having two heroes that can open up the space at the front line, they will be able to back off right in time.
Wow, what a scrap that was. And they also reconvened back into Crimson just to secure it for Selangor. Or else that could be an easy snatch coming in from Klo. Now, going for a little bit of that reset, as we are still seeing a little bit of scramble between these parties as they try to secure the bird. That will be going to the favor of me to just keep him afloat for the meantime. Oh, great shots being connected over onto Feng, and should be able to at least get a little bit more of that birdie as they are just going toe-to-toe with one another. Once more, highlighting Feng, cutting across the wall, securing that first blood. That was a stuff of beauty.
Yeah, so first blood to Penang, good start for them. We did talk about like the potential of Pei to have a good jungle invasion sort of start, right? But he's not really doing that. And I guess that's also because that you have a Zhang Pei and then you kind of need to protect the Marco Polo. So that's why he does not have anyone to follow him into the jungle. Hence, Selangor is not able to do like what we have seen like in some of the games before this, where you have a Pei, you go into the jungle, try to steal the buff away. So they have to play this a little bit more passive for now, until maybe when the Tyrant shows up.
Yeah, speaking of which, it's coming up in 15 seconds from now. As we take a look at Penang, their jungler is headed towards the top portion of the map, so they gotta reconsider. I mean, there's no camps up online, so they might as well go in for a little bit of exchange of mid lane before they try to get a little bit of that party onto the Tyrant, which they are looking to do so right now. The Scepter is already online for Salad Dido, a little bit of power spike coming from the new one, so we will be able to at least cause a little bit of burn damage over onto anyone she hits. Meanwhile, QX right behind the pit.
Oh, go,
Able to spot him out.
Go shows up and go! Starts off by taking out BX! And that is Penang going all in right now. Unending Sorrow will save QX for now. Unbridled Albus just to push the members of Penang back. Saving QX at the same time. But that means that without the Unbridled Albus' stun, now Penang will have free access to the Tyrant.
Yeah, the moment that they caught off the Pei, they immediately get that free access. They know that there's no more contesting from that point onwards. The access is already up online for the Mayin. She can start dishing out some damage, but it's still not worthy to contest up against Leo here in the early game. Meanwhile, I say that he tries to at least fend off instead. The Mayin already off of those cooldowns. She's relying on all these abilities, but the TP comes in.
Ooh.
Oh, cancel.
Cancel because
cool.
he saw BX there. It's like, okay, nope. But that's all right. That's all right. That's a very good move by Dido to be alert of his surrounding, to not overcommit. And he will not give away any opportunity to Selangor to secure a kill. But Claw is moving at the top. He does have a Dream Roam though, but somehow Leo managed to get away, which is fine. I mean, it's a Charlotte, so quick moves. As long as he's alert enough, he can stay at a safe distance.
Yeah, speaking of which, they have to concede a turret down over bottom side as well. And perhaps this is a good setup. Dream Roam!
Oh, Dream Roam all the way to the back where BX is at. And BX, he was knocked up. But then again at the front line, Me comes in to secure a kill onto Kalo instead. From the side, BX is showing up again. BX almost gets a kill. But the Stampede jump over the wall by CY
TP.
will allow Selangor to get a kill. But here comes the Annihilation! Nicely done. If only he hit that shot, it would have been perfect.
Yeah, I mean, that was a perfect dodge coming from inside BX. Fever
Before
Barrage!
underneath the tower! Surely, Me Too will get that kill. What a Purple Barrage.
And he saved the tower in just the brink of the moment. Nobody was expecting him to rotate towards the Clash lane instead. And Go just got caught off guard. He didn't have the flash available as well. Replenishes with the potion up available. Just like that, Selangor, they bit back just as hard as Penang was offering them in the early round. And they're contesting for this Crimson.
Oh, Feng's mobility power did not connect at all. Revealed his position. Here comes Klo from the back. He does have the Dream Roam to re-engage though, but they have to be careful of CY's Unbridled Outburst. They will disengage considering that CY has that Unbridled Outburst still, but they found another target. They found BX instead, and BX will fall the moment they see him.
Oh man, he continuously punish this pay, and now they know this is a 5 versus 4. They could just put a little bit of offense, and now that Overlord is being freed up, so this is free for the taking.
Is Leo gonna try? No. He doesn't have the smite. In fact, the smite user is BX. But looks like Penang, they will not continue on. Okay, interesting. I thought they would just finish up the job because there's no smite user there.
Yeah, I mean, Chloe did not really join into the foray as well. I mean, that could have been easy pickings, but instead, Annihilation connects.
Annihilation. The moment Leo jumped in, and now with another kill, second attempt by Penang to lock in the Overlord.
The axe is going to be a bit low, but is he anywhere close by? He's not going to look to attempt because he does not have his teammates around him. They're scattered all across the map. Meanwhile, a potential commitment over on CY is something that can deliver them a little bit of a pinch. But instead, they will choose to try to thin out that minion wave just to steer clear away from the dangers, but the danger continuously lurks around them. You saw a potential flank from me from the Sakura, and I thought, oh, maybe if that multiplayer prowl connects, there might just be follow-up, but then again, I'm afraid not so. They've already done just about enough. There's just natural pushing waves coming from the vanguards as well. So right now, they're just trying to keep up with the momentum. What's going to be important for the side of Selangor is to keep up with the side lane pressure. So this Charlotte has got to keep up with the split pushing potential that they do have, because that is something that Selangor can rely on the late game.
Yeah, and I understand the second thoughts, right? Because the Tyrant is up. They don't want to commit during the Tyrant. Speaking about the Tyrant right now, would they be able to steal away? Annihilation! Crucial kill theft by Penang! They got what they wanted. Now it's time to get back home.
No smite, no problem. The Mankey was all the way on the top side. They were so confident that Dito will have it in the bag. And they just continuously push. And they still got it in return. That was crazy on the double down. Selangor. Everything that they try is not working out. Is it their fault? Not apparently so. But they got to pick up the pieces from here on out.
Oh man, that's just devastating, man. Even if I play my ranked games, if my Tyrant gets stolen away like that, it's just heartbreaking. And now Penang, they have the momentum again. They're in the jungle. Selangor. They have to find a way to win back their map.
Indeed they do. Well, this is going to be the second time. Maybe it is going to be Lady Luck on their side, hoping not to have Annihilation to connect once again. The Funk is waiting on the side. This might just be it.
Okay, half life now for the Tyrant, but the focus is not on the Tyrant. The focus is on the CY. CY will fall. CY, unfortunately, not able to withstand the mind of Penang. And now Penang, they will continue on. They got 3, but Selangor they trade back with 2. But still, BX and QX, nothing much they can do. And Penang will lock in the Tyrant at the same time. Now they will continue to push on in the middle.
The airstrike of the Annihilation is so devastating. Despite them securing themselves that Tyrant, but what did it cost them? 3 members falter. At least they did manage to bring down CY as well as Fung in the process, so it isn't exactly a bad trade after all for side of Selangor. They can still hold firm from this point onwards. So that shut down onto XY especially was values worth, but it could have been even worse because Penang, if they were a little bit more cohesive, that could easily been an ace for Penang.
But Selangor, they're still stepping on the gas though. They still want a challenge for this Overlord. But they have to clear off or at least zone off the members of Penang, and it's not that easy. Penang right now, they're just waiting for the Albrighter outburst. If the Albrighter outburst is used early, then Penang can go all in.
Yeah, it seems like they do have a teleport coming from Dito to manage the wave for the moment. There's not going to be any form of commitment. They want to bait them into a fight, and that could be a good call for a solution. BX appears over on the bottom side to also claim a tower for their own, as they also look to close in over onto the Azure, but that was being swiftly taken out. Now, back towards the drawing board. CY is going to jump right in.
Oh, no, this is bad news here for Gold, but Annihilation from the other side deals a lot of damage just for the other members of P9 to follow up from behind. The fight will be in the river, splitting both sides. And looks like Selangor, they managed to get away just in time before the rest of Penang pounce onto them.
They've already used a lot of all these elements, which is why Penang, they're confident that this is the pay away from this portion of the map, and they're looking to close right in. They try to double down.
Oh, the Overlord, only 20% of health, but me too! Gets a kill, the Overlord will be locked in by Selangor. They say thank you very much for the present. Annihilation, hitting on the 5, but the follow-up, is it going to be enough for Penang? Penang says no, they got the Overlord. Let's chill for now.
You stole my Tyrant, that's fine. I'm gonna steal your Overlord. That is the response coming from Selangor. He gave his life up for it. That Fever Barrage connect perfectly to catch out the Secure. And they were all mispositioned in that point in time because you have half of them ready to commit to the battle. And speaking of battle here, he has Umbrella Offense. Is he gonna use it? Nope, he's just gonna bail out.
Ooh, okay. They cannot overcommit on to CY. Annihilation attempt. But kind of off the mark, but that's okay. CY will still reset no matter what. And now Penang, they have to focus on the clearing all their lanes because they lost the Overlord earlier.
Yeah, now at the very least, they do have these kind of pushing waves. And this actually helps Leo to go in that split push. But for the moment, that Charlotte's going to be hanging around the mid lane. And interesting enough, because 10 seconds from now, there is going to be the Tyrant available for grabs. Selangor does get a better priority because they were sending 3 members just to thin out that Vanguard over the top. Meanwhile, mid-side crashing right in. This is a good time to call for a play on the Tyrant while they're being kept busy. And there's just a couple of all these cubes landing. Oh, this Noodle bringing them down low.
Oh, QX now pretty low. He has to stay clear. CY will be the man in front. Annihilation all the way to the back. Ooh. Lots of damage on the QX, but he does have the Unending Sorrow to reset back his health. And now the Tyrant is up for grabs again. 50% health on the Tyrant. Penang needs to zone the members of Selangor out, but the Tyrant will reset.
Oh no, they're actually baiting them into a trap. Once again, QX lowered down 50%. Are they going to bait it one more time? They're pulling it out. It seems like they just want to keep it alive, and now they will steal it again!
Oh, are you kidding me? PX still able to steal it away! And Penang, they are not happy with that. They are going in. They want revenge. And here comes the Rampage by Tino. Immediate ace by Penang. And surely they can wrap this round up.
Penang, they said they had enough of all these steals. You can take the limelight, but we will take the game. Selangor, now we're down. Penang are on match point for the championship.
Man, you don't awake the beast. You don't poke the hornet's nest there. You steal once, fool them once. Steal them twice. I don't know. That happened. Ace onto you, I guess. But yeah, Penang, you can clearly see that, oh, you stole our Tyrant for the second time. We ain't happy. We'll come after you.
But you look at the pace on how quickly they chase as well, the TP from the Nua, and then you got all these other players just flying through those walls just to choke them out because they know they've done just about enough damage. And that's the reason why they were baiting out with the Tyrant twice. It's just because they could just slowly poke them down, having that Nua online. But my, oh my, what a game plan from Penang. It was all close matches all throughout going up against Selangor, but they just edged them ever so slightly. Dido, you certainly will be the MVP, right? I mean, remember that Tyrant steal?
Oh, yeah.
That didn't even require the Mankey to be there, and all these amount of annihilation that was connected perfectly. Dido, this time is your main man when you don't have all these marksman options for the side of XY.
If Dido is not the MVP, I'm out of here. I mean, the Annihilation steal justifies it, right? Surely we're going to see him as the MVP. But before we get onto that, get a confirmation from our officials. looking at these stats, okay, damage dealt, no surprise. He is a mage, so naturally lots of burst damage. But at the same time, he's able to keep himself safe with only 3% damage taken. So gotta give credit to the other teammates as well, protecting Dido well enough.
Yeah, overall, this is such a satisfying round to watch. I mean, if you guys are not tuning in, I don't know what else are you guys occupied with, because this grand finals is an absolute banger. That very final fight, now I absolutely understand on why they actually picked up the Menki, Mayin, and Secure, because on paper, one thing that we did not really jot down earlier is that the catch potential, the chase potential, that they could just close in with the Dream Roan. You saw that Mayin was absolutely flying, and she got like what, multiple knockups at the very same time, and that was the demise of Selangor in that round itself. So kudos to them. They strike twice in a row, but can they get a clean spree, because they are undefeated from the group stage up till now? Selangor, they've done so much great things. It was just a matter of just inches for them to really seal the deal.
Okay, our producer's waiting for us. His finger is on the MVP button. Okay, we gotta lock in for sure. Dido here, definitely going to be the MVP. I mean, we talked about this, right? Like, his Annihilation justifies it all. Annihilation, not only to get those kills in, but also to secure the Tyrant Steel. That was crazy by Dido.
Yeah, and the amount of sure damage output throughout the round was just absurd. There's just so many point of time where this Nua was so difficult to catch, and every time that there is a fight that breaks loose, there was that threat of that teleportation coming right into the fight. So he's always going to be making those members second guess on what Penang is about to do. So that being said, Dido definitely was the key factor towards this round to win.
Yep, Dido, de facto dough. I would say de facto dough, the de facto guy that brought them the win. That was good stuff there. That was good stuff. But of course, we're coming on to game number 3. This is the global ban pick. Now, if we were to compare, right, we have not seen Penang play 3 games. The last time we saw them in the semifinals, it was 2 games. We don't know how deep their hero pool is, but we'll find out right now, because our drafting phase is ready. We're going to start off with a pay ban by Selangor.
Yeah, I mean, overall, they did not land their hands on the pay so far, so I definitely think that this is a very good call. Selangor, they're definitely changing their game plan, because last game was all about taking off as many marksmen as possible coming in for XY. So he has proven that, hey, I'm going to go on that Lady Sun. It wasn't all too problematic. He's still scaling as well, but they will continuously remove that Arlie from play. So what's still available into this play? I'm looking for the side of Selangor. They could potentially be a Mai Shiranui. That Luna is also something to be considered as well, unless if I'm mistaken. Did we have a Luna back in game 1? We don't, right? So yeah, I mean, the option is still within reach for either side of the party.
Yeah, but okay, that was the last ban that the Mai is out. So Mayan is being considered. I mean, it's okay. It's an okay pick. Penang took the Mayan as their first pick, but if they want to go for something more of a meta first pick, it can be either the Long or the Dharma. Both of them are fine. If they were to go for the Long, then they might consider to go for the Dolia together with them. They're still hovering around, deciding on which one to pick. They'll go for the Sakir first. Okay. We don't always see a Sakir early pick, but that's fine, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's a decent call whenever you go in for a blind pick. It's not too telling, but at least they're looking at what options are still left available. But they forgot, hey, there's a Zhang Fei that has not been picked up yet from the side Penang. They'll gladly do so. And now, lo and behold, Dido, he'll get a very decent pick up in the mid lane with the Yixing. And now BX, he finally gets his hands on that Agudo, because he's been banned out for multiple rounds in a row. On game tree, they finally got it opened up. They're considering the marksman Penang did play a Chano back in game one, if I do recall well enough. So this time it is going to be Slanger that goes in to secure it because he's thinking about, okay, if we do open up the Lung, could that be a good call? Since that they saw that, hey, it's a Zhang Fei anyway, so if it were to be a earlier pickup on the Lung, there is a consideration for the Dolia for those multi setups of the Melody.
Okay, this is scary, right? Penang's first 3 picks. I can see the combo right now. So you have the Zhang Fei. Okay, you catch with the world is my board, and then follow up by the Umbrella Outburst, but it works vice versa as well. So whoever who is caught is still within the box. And then you have the finisher. You have the mirror domain that can be deployed in the box as well. Where are you going to run if you have this kind of combination?
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned for Slanger right now because other than the mulberry power to try to land on the Jing, I say try because she can dash in and out, right? So realistically, who can actually have just about enough lockdown in order to catch this Jing? Because I feel like this is going to be the major concern for the rest of the round. And they double down. They say, you know what? When you go into the fight, you will never get out. They will now secure that Guan Yu as well, locked right in. But Mania, this is something that I've never thought about. Okay, how does this work? Okay, I definitely don't think it's a Mania. They've already got that marksman, so they are considering maybe a Sun Tzu would be a good call. Fateh is not bad of a shout. And instead, okay, there is also a consideration for the Diao Chan that can actually do a lot of damage. And naturally, that Gan and Mo could actually be the answer. But if you pick a Gan and Mo, you gotta avoid Jing at all costs. So I'm not sure how they're gonna do it, but perhaps this Fateh can try to fight toe-to-toe with the Jing.
Oh, with the fact that they lock in the Gan and Mo, so they don't have a Jing stopper. They don't have like a single. They don't have like a good CC that can stop the Jing. For example, like maybe like a Daji, which is a single target stun with the striker pose, or at least maybe like a Princess Frost or Lady Zhen that can somewhat do something when the Jing comes, right? But if you have a Ganemo, it's more of like a burst damage sort of hero. But I guess I could see the idea as well, right? You probably are thinking like, okay, I want to stop the Yisei before the world is my board is being deployed with a couple blades, hoping to like land a nice one shot onto the Yisei. So maybe that's probably what they have in mind. And also having a gun and more will allow them to scale very, very late as well, and will continue to scale as the game goes on. But the risk that they're taking is that they might lack crowd control, and they will be dependent on the mulberry power to do the knockouts.
Yeah, what's also interesting to note is that there was a Garo that was picked up as well as a marksman. So essentially, you don't really see it all too much in competitive play because like she takes some time to also scale up, but she's got some really good range. And if you look at the amount of team fighting prowess that Penang actually does have, it is going to be a major concern because who do you focus first and foremost if you were to be on this Langor side when you go in the team fight? Surely you want to catch CY, right? But you got a Zhang Fei to protect her. You got the world is my board. You also need to worry about a flank from a Guan Yu. So they have multiple avenues where they can just force fights whenever they want. So I want to see how impactful is this thing. Oh, it's already first blood from Go!
47 seconds, first blood. And potentially maybe even a second blood with QX showing himself up here. Okay, that's going to be a push with a heroic charge, but everyone's still like level 1 and level 2. So I think Penang, they know that, they realize that, and they calm down.
Yeah, that was a major loss in the early game. Now you got this funnel goal onto the Guan Yu being a slightly beefier, or as a matter of fact, the playstyle that we've seen from Go, he always goes for that carry route. So you're expecting maybe an early Pure Sky. And you take a look at this range advantage coming for the XY. And Chano, he can only sit back and try to farm up when the waves crash. But overall, take a look at the top side again. Potential visit coming from Klo and BX. He's going to be cutting around the corners. expecting a little backup, but TP goes through. Ching Jing will now move back over to mid lane to try to maybe form something over bottom because the Yixing already looking for a board.
Oh, here comes the heroic charge from the side as well on the QX. And Chloe is there as the finisher, the assassin with the damage, with the buff at the same time. Surely QX will not be able to escape.
Yeah, this is looking so rough. You've already got both of the carries already taking an L. You've already had the class lane also taking an L. 3 kills in a row in favor of Penang so far. And it's just overwhelming. And CY might actually be next. Thankfully, he's been able to have a safe recall for a moment as they do take the camp away. Other than that, they're just waiting for a Tyrant eventually. And so I really want to point out once more, I think like it's just so difficult for anyone to play a guy in Mo in this lobby when you have the opponents fielding anything that could just disrupt you or dive you at any given moment.
Yeah, it's so hard. I mean, there are other options of control type of heroes like that they could have picked up, but they went for the Kanemo instead. So I don't know. Yeah, you have the Agudo that can engage as well, but it's not those type of heroes that can stop the Jing. And with the fact that Chloe, he got a kill in the middle, he's definitely scaling right now. It will be very, very dangerous at the late game.
It indeed is. Meanwhile, bottom lane is actually doing a very good job holding down the line with the arrival of CY, just to, of course, provide a little bit of backing alongside with BX. Meanwhile, 20 seconds till our very first objective, the turn spawning real soon. I don't think that there's much of a priority for Selangor to fully contest unless you, I don't know, maybe we get another steal attempt coming from the side of BX. That would be interesting.
Ooh, I don't know. Maybe. It's always interesting to see those steals, right? But this is the first Tyrant though, so the damage output is not going to be that much. If they can still steal it, it will be really interesting. But anyway, now Fern, he does not have the Umbrella outburst. He has to back up. He does have the Leaping Saber to give his teammates a little bit more shield, but still, it is Selangor locking in the Tyrant unchallenged because there's no Umbrella outburst.
Yeah, and there's also QX who's been able to snipe it out with the couples plate. Meanwhile, a catch!
Oh, wait a second. Oh no! How did Leo got caught there?
He was trying to rotate back over to the top side and instantly, with the presence of Go, who's been able to read his rotation on top of Chloe, also closing in, because the Crimson was already spawning up, so the timing was just awful. I just think that Selangor, they're just not that comfortable going into this game tree because maybe it's a hero pool that they're not used to forming up with this kind of drafts. Playing it a little bit more unorthodox to their signature team fight kind of playstyle. Now they are getting singled out every step of the way with these isolated targets, and it does not help that that kill went over on the side of Chloe. Now we gotta see the response coming from the side of BX. Usually when you see an Agudo, you want to play aggressively towards the side lane. You want to drop, you know, the fur ball into the tower, consistently chunk out the damages, but it doesn't seem like there's an avenue for him to even do that.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, he does have enough protection, but wait. Oh, QX. Oh, that was a middle fight. And here comes the mirror domain. But at least BX managed to trade that one back, stopping Chloe from growing even further. But look at this. Chloe is already at level 10 when nobody in Selangor is at level 10 yet.
Yeah, the only closest one is actually BX. He's level 9. Not too shabby, if you ask me. He just needs maybe a couple more camps to also try to match up to the tempo. But yeah, I would dare say every member of Selangor is definitely far behind. But at least they're still keeping up to the pace over on the bottom side of the map. I haven't seen BX go for a bottom lane gank, and that is concerning because the bottom lane is getting bullied.
Oh man, they almost got CY though. And that's thanks to the enchanted arrows, giving XY the super long range basic attack. And because he's zoned out now, Me2 is left alone on the lane, so he cannot overextend himself, especially with the fact that Feng is by the side. One Umbrella outburst will push him to the corner, and XY could finish him off.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have to do too much of a drastic measure because, like, with the crash of the wave, if this channel is not soaking the damage of this wave, when the wave crashes, they could just easily secure the tower without needing to really throw their bodies online. But here comes the blank.
Oh, Unbridled Outburst from the back. And here comes the heroic charge. The finisher will be Dino, Mr. MVP, to land a kill.
Wow, beautifully executed. They didn't even spot that this Guan Yu have left the scene for a very long time. They were trading lanes. Meanwhile, they're rushing to score themselves a tower, but here comes the board.
Oh, Dino, last hit on the Dino, but Dino somehow still survives. Oh, man. Somehow he still survives. That's crazy there. And on the other side, Chloe got another kill, this time on the BX.
And he just utilized the Yeezing passive well enough because he knows that there is going to be that kind of lifeline for him to escape on low health where he becomes invulnerable, whereas the rest of Selangor cannot afford to chase deep into the enemy territory because they don't have that full intel. They haven't seen the Jing for a while now. And just like that, Vito, he walks off scot-free. Meanwhile, the challenge on to go, but it doesn't seem like Leo has been able to dish out much of the damage. And here goes! That mirror domain almost took out QX.
Oh, but Chloe disciplined enough to not try to dive in onto the tower. As long as he buys enough time for his teammates to take down the tower at the top, his job is done. And he backs off just in time. Now Feng is making the rotation to the middle. He's waiting by the side. Okay, he does have the Unbridled Outburst. Anytime now.
He's got to wait for minion waves though, but now here comes a face check.
Oh, that's damage on the CY. Plus the enchanted arrows. Nice, but wait. Where did Gold came from? From the side, immediately securing another kill. Make that a double kill before he went down. It's a worthwhile trade. But the fight will continue. Look at Chloe diving straight underneath two towers. Not a problem for him. Still able to get out safely.
That is the power of this composition. Penang, they know what they are cooking absolutely with this dive potential coming in from the Jing, coming in from Feng with the Umbrella Albus. But Go, you ask where did he come from? You should ask where is he going? Because he is just trampling everybody on the block.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy by Go. Showing up in between two towers, still able to get like 2 kills. Man. I mean, right now, with the fact that they can do that, it just shows how confident they are to take over the jungle side or just control the map. Selangor, they will need to find good pickups here, but they don't have enough pickup potential because they don't have like a single target CC or enough CC to just take out one.
Yeah, they're so reliant on the Mulberry power. Take a look at how much damage to dish out. And it's able to actually find the Guan Yu. Finally, Go goes down.
Oh, I saw that. The Mulberry power to nowhere. Edo, last hit, again, gets out alive. And they will continue to fight. They lost gold though. So at least this is a good return for Selangor.
Yeah, and for the fact of the matter that is they kept themselves afloat throughout the entire span of the match. They're not too far off. With the Tyrant, they should be able to now regain a little bit more of that tempo. Now closing down the gap of gold only to 2,000 for the meantime. Split push going on with 2 potential towers. That could actually sort Selangor out really good. But the problem is, there is a potential call for the Overlord. They're on the watch, but Flo is also watching very closely.
Exposed himself. Well, it's my boy. Managed to catch Leo inside, but nobody's there to follow up. So now Selangor knows that, okay, no World is my boy, but there's still the Unbridled Outburst though, and from the side they will come in, and guess who got the first kill? It's none other than Chloe. Make that a double kill for him. They're going in for the chase onto Leo. Leo down to 50% of health. He has to back off. At the same time, Feng, he managed to zone off CY at the same time, so no Mulberry power to follow up from a fight.
And immediately after securing those 2 kills, they wasted no time to move over onto the Overlord, but now backup has arrived from the South Selangor.
Oh no, no Unbridled Outburst, but no problem for them because they had the damage output by Chloe. Although it went down, and now with Leo caught inside, the world is my board, nowhere for him to go. It is an absolute ace for Penang.
that was beautifully executed. They just needed to wait for Dido's element to come back up online. And the moment that they do, that Wool is my board. Absolutely ruled their Wool. And now he gets his hands onto the Overlord. Shadow Overlord, as a matter of fact. So this is just gonna make matters worse for Selangor. They just gotta go on the full defense. They can't really afford to really spend too much time, and Go is just buying so much time, but he dives into the tower, giving himself for free.
A bit of an overextension there. He's very ambitious to secure the kill onto QX. Okay, I mean, okay, imagine if he didn't go for it and he stays alive. He can still roam around the jungle at the bottom, pulling the players of Selangor onto him, opening up the space for the rest of Penang to continue to push at the top. That could be the case. But because he kind of overcommitted there, then the plan has to change right now. And the plan is changed to the fact that Penang will engage in the fight in the middle. Without goal, they will still go in. But look at Feng, he's soaking all that damage. But the rest of Penang, they're not in the right position to deal the damage because Klo is not with them.
Oh, great read, and they managed to spot the Jing! Wow! They know the game plan all along because they've been flanked for a couple of times and they're not falling for their same shenanigans once again. And Selangor, despite the 16 kills, take a look at that. With 16 kills, you're supposed to be leaps and bounds ahead. It's only a matter of 1,500 at this point in time. So those catches has been so far working out for Selangor.
Penang, they're starting to drop the ball. I mean, they've been making mistake after mistake after the goal mistake, and then the engagement in the middle mistake when Klo wasn't in the fight at all. I mean, Penang, they have to like pull together again and get their focus. If they continue to make these mistakes, I mean, this could be a big comeback for Selangor.
Indeed, and on top of that, I mean, V2 is also scaling up ahead, and he's going to be a thorn in the flesh towards those members of Penang later on. We definitely gotta see if Penang can actually work it out all together because they're looking a little bit disjointed on their calls right now. So long as Go gets a good flank, this might just be a good call, but overall they have to just give this Tyrant away towards Selangor. And now whatever lead that they build up, it means nothing at all because Selangor have been able to tie the knots.
Oh yeah, they're equal right now in terms of economy. And with the fact that Selangor, they locked in the Tyrant, anytime they can launch a fight again against Penang, they need to get into the right position and also be aware of where the rest of the members of Penang are at. Okay, Feng, position compromise. They check the bush with a couple of plates and is forced to turn back with the Leaping Savior.
Yeah, there's no point of contention at this moment, no objectives available, including Crimson as well. So that was a wise call to not overextend for Selangor. Meanwhile, Me2, he's snowballing right now, already hitting level 15. Dido still on 14 though. And you gotta also remember this, QX, the longer this game goes, the more assists or even kills that he acquires, the stronger this Gundam mode becomes. I mean, early game, we've seen multiple punishments towards the mid laner of Selangor, but now they know how to just protect him at all costs. On top of that, he will be a major source of damage. And there we go, Multiplayer Power onto the best target possible. I mean, there's just not enough members to also follow up, but there is a sneaky bolt call onto the Overlord right now as BX, he showed himself on the map, so this might just be go time, but Penang, they don't want to overcommit.
Ooh, Penang now playing it super duper safe after those first few mistakes. And right now they'll try to challenge for the Overlord. Overlord down to 50% of health. The Unbridled Outburst is still available. World is my ball will be activated, but nobody's caught inside of it. Unbridled Outburst will force two players of Sonado to turn back. And that's another crucial kill to forget Dino. He's such a thief. And not only that, still able to secure a double kill in the process. Dino! What a move by Dino to steal away the Overlord, and now Penang has absolute control.
He stole it, and the limelight was actually on Go because that Razor Cavalry has caught all four members of Selangor, and this might just be the final nail in the coffin. Penang, they surge into the crystal, and they will now be crowned as your champions of the ACS Edu Tour in Season Cup.
Woo! Wow. Dido again. This guy is a master thief. Congratulations to Pulau Pinang. They are your champions of the in-season cup and will take home 5,000 ringgit together with the title of in-season cup champions.
Congratulations, Pulau Pinang. You guys are absolutely undefeated throughout the entire journey, and they are definitely looking poised for the upcoming ACS Edu Tour once more, because there is definitely some big news awaiting for you guys, because there is going to be the grand finals that will be happening pretty soon. Of course, we'll inform you guys a little bit more on that, but right now we rejoice and celebrate our newly crowned kings of the Gorge. Here, it's Pulau Pinang, undefeated throughout their journey.
Woo. What a last game. At some point, I thought that, is Penang going to drop the ball and Selangor going to make a big comeback? But okay, they composed again, especially at that last overlord fight. And Dido, again, another steal. Perfect 4-0-11. Okay, the A+ onto Dido doesn't tell the entire story. To me, Dido deserves the MVP again.
Yeah, I actually think the same thing. Like, he doesn't have the craziest amount of stats, but his initiations, he was on every major team fight, and every Razor Cavalry that he opens up with usually pays so much value. That final fight, he was the one that won it for Penang. The one that we saw over on the course of the couple of battles that we have in the Tyrant. Oh, so well done from the Clash laner of Penang. So I think, like, yep, Dido, he was magnificent. Chloe was great throughout the run, but we gotta give credit where credit is due. Go. He was a monster on this Guan Yu.
Yeah. I mean, the Guan Yu, everybody functioned well. Yeah, there were a few mistakes that gave Penang a bit of a heart attack, but but at the end of the day, I would say still, to me, it's Dido. He definitely has to be the MVP here. The stats don't tell the entire story. I mean, only like what, 13% damage dealt? Okay, maybe that's why the system only gave you an A+, because normally as a mage, you would deal a lot of damage. So 13% for a mage is on the low side, I must say.
Well, I gotta say Dido is a little bit more of a utility setup kind of guy throughout the way that he plays majority of all these mid laners, other than that magnificent Nuwa game that he had last round. So, of course, we got our MVP to announce, and lo and behold, our MVP of our grand finals final game is none other than Go, who played that excellent Guan Yu.
Dido, I love you, okay? You're my MVP. All right, you're my MVP. Okay, but credit to Go as well. You did mention about, like, okay, Go coming in with the Razor Cavalry and also the heroic charge at the right timing. Yeah, there was that one mistake at the bottom that gave the team a heart attack, but 90% of the time he was at the top of his game. Yeah, he made up for it. So still got to give it to him as well.
Yeah, overall, like, if it was not for this value pick of the Guan Yu, I think, like, it could have been so much worse for Pulau Pinang, because we were starting to see the rest of these members of Selangor picking up the pace. That at one point, they've stabilized and also come up ahead, but it was Go who found that golden angle. Nobody has been able to spot him out. He's always so sneaky, to the point that you've been asking, where did he come from? More like, where did he go is the question, right?
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
I see what you did there. But Dido, I love you, okay? Dido, if you're watching this broadcast, you're the man. You're the man. But anyway, the whole team still take home the 5,000 ringgit prize, which is pretty sweet as well. So that's like, what, 1,000 ringgit per player? Wow. I mean, over the course of 2 days, that's really, really nice. That will buy them a lot of pizzas, I guess. But Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our in-season cup. The ACS Edu Tour Season 4 will still continue next week because we still have Cyberjaya to cover and also the grand finals at Berjaya Tajir Kuala Lumpur. So make sure you stay tuned to the social medias of Crit Esports Malaysia for future updates. But before we end our show, we'd like to take a moment to thank our official partners. Official Instant Noodle, Maggi Hot Cup Official, Smartphone ZTE, Nubia Official, Chocolate Malt Drink, Vico Official, Game Recharge 11, Official Telco Tune Talk, and this tournament is supported by the Malaysian Esports Federation, MESF, as well as Impact Integrated ESI, and also brought to you by none other than Crit Malaysia. That will be all from us at the Caster's Desk. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my buddy here, Contra, who I now owe a lot of Maggi Hot Cup. We'll see you guys in the next tournament, all right? Take care. Good night. Bye.